Yeah, what's going on? Back again. My man Tyron's supposed to be coming on. So once he checks in, I'm gonna put the link up anyway for him. Once he checks in, then we can see what's up because he said he had something to say from the last time that I was unable to let him speak. Well, he left because I guess I was taking too long. But I was trying to get into that situation that I discovered on that the turban, the black guy going undercover as an Indian. Thought that was very, very intriguing. So while we wait for my man Tyron to come in, let me just say a few things. First, obviously, I'm back. YouTube, as you know, I put the video up trying to plead my case. You can never plead your case on YouTube because it is what it is. They just tell you you are doing hate speech, so it is what it is, and you deal with it. Simple as that. That's what they do. That's what they do to break your momentum and shit all the time. So that's why I don't really try to do Hollywood production style videos again like I used to. Okay, my man Tyron is on. Let me put my man on. Yeah, what's going on? Let me just say a few
What's
things.
up, man?
Yeah, let me just say a few things real quick about how they took me off.
Yeah, YouTube be on that bullshit, man.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
that's not even fair to your channel, bro, because everybody else do the same exact things you do, and they always mess with your content and shadow ban you from notifying people on the social media to get your points out.
and the funny part is you got people like the Black Authority, Tariq Nasheed, Cynthia G, and a few other, and Michi X, a few other coon agents out here who keep claiming that they're being harassed and shadow banned by YouTube, but yet they stay on and they stay
Yeah.
monetized. So that's
Yeah,
that's how you know they're lying.
just recently, I was watching Jason Black stuff. He gave out somebody information over his podcast, calling them white supremacists and all that, just because they had was just teasing and mocking black folk. You just ignore them and block them. You don't just keep them on saying stupid shit.
You
Like,
talking about the guy that said he was King Leopold?
yeah,
Yeah. I heard that. To me, that sounded almost like a fake setup because Tariq Nasheed just happened to have a similar encounter with some females that he went on causing some trouble with. I'm like, come on.
yeah, they say like one thing like, oh, this isn't supposed to be entertainment and all that stuff, but then they turn around and do a comedy skit and shit with people that call in saying some gutter trash and stuff that you should just keep moving and ignore from because what that guy was saying, oh, black people need to take better care of their kids. Okay, yeah, okay, and move on. You ain't got to keep it going and egging on shit like insulting people and sending people to call over their phones and stuff.
But you
Like,
notice how when it's the so-called white supremacists, number one, he said he still kept calling them a suspected white supremacist. I'm like, okay, at what point in time does he stop being a suspected one and be a straight up one? I mean,
yeah,
if he said niggas need to take better care of their kids, I say he crossed the line. And on top of that, he kept calling him sir, kept getting him respect. But when black people are just calling in his show, just trying to get on, he says, put your crack pipe down and all
yeah.
that kind of stuff.
And the
I'm like,
man
why?
didn't say like the N word really. He just said nakers. Ain't no white person gonna come on there and say nakers. I could tell that was a Negro.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. At first, I thought it was a white dude. Then once I kept hearing it more and more, I said, "Yeah, that's a black dude." And other people in that chat, they were saying it too. And I think, see, but he still, just like when Tariq Nasheed had that little battle with a so-called suspected white supremacist. You notice how they both show them respect. They don't call them names. You don't never hear them calling them crackers,
Yeah,
devils, and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to us, just people trying to get on. That's why I hate the Black Authority in that regard because people call on, okay, they may be a little nervous or their communications ain't right. He's like, okay, put your crack pipe down, stop basing, or
Or some gay suspect stuff like,
yeah,
oh, you putting rose petals and rubbing your oil on you. Why you saying all that shit?
yeah, or they
Some people have problems with their phones. Like, I got
right,
problems with my phone. Like,
right.
sometimes I get like an echo and shit like that, or my phone doesn't want to act properly when like I'm outside and you hear like wind and cars and stuff like that when I got my headphones on.
Right. Or they keep talking about people's jobs because people working nine
Yeah,
to five. I'm like, okay, the Black Authority is bragging and said he got Amazon bestsellers, even though we don't know what the hell the bestsellers are because he doesn't seem to want to talk about what he does. He says he does this and that, but it's only putting up billboards that are poorly designed in Microsoft Word. I could tell.
yeah. It's
So,
not like he got like a graphic design artist on his payroll or something like that. It's some janky shit
you want to spend all
that's
that money
calling
on
him somebody else.
billboards and you want to design the shit with Word? Come on.
Come on, you can show pictures or something, a logo.
I
Like,
mean,
oh,
come on.
we are the Black Channel Films, and Breakfast Slubs know who we are. Okay, fuck them. You already know they ain't nobody. They telling misinformation and they some liberal shills.
Yeah.
Like, why should they be relevant to you?
And I notice how Tariq Nasheed keeps respecting the homosexuals, and he gets slick too by saying, "Oh, the guy called the guy a homosexual slur." Now, come on,
Yeah,
there's no
same
such thing as
when
no
it comes.
slurs.
Yeah, it's not.
And he calls them L. He calls them L was LGBTQ. See,
Yeah,
he's showing them respect. Now, see, now the video that got taken down, I was talking some real shit, verified shit, and it wasn't disrespectful, but they called it hate speech.
yeah. And he respects small hats too.
Yep.
He dare not say anything bad about small hats around, especially around his mother-in-law or his wife, because that's what his wife is.
Yep, but he likes to say that's the black woman. And see, the white supremacists treat her like a black woman, so it is what it is. But see, he knows the real deal. So, I mean,
Yeah,
but
yeah, and that's the angle them bed wenches that he recently was in an argument with. Uh, kept calling him out on because he
right.
can't really say that they're really bed wenches when he a bed buck himself. And he admitted years ago that he wanted to smash Hulk Hogan's daughter
Damn.
and raise a flag of Europe in his bedroom for some Brooke Hogan pussy.
And on top of
That's
that,
his
you
words.
remember that part he played of some white lady he was talking about Tariq Nasheed was a failed rapper.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, that sounds like some bullshit made up stuff because I'm like, see, his whole theme is that he has white supremacists that are after him. I'm like, man, most white people never heard of this dude, and they don't care.
Or
They're
if
not.
they do, he's just a fly to
Yeah,
them.
I mean, why would they be coming after him? That's bullshit. And that lady, she didn't sound convincing to me. And how would she know that he was a rapper of all the things that he has attempted to do? You know, come on. You got to dig deep for the rap thing on him.
Yeah. He tried to do that whole rap thing in his recent shows. Like, you can tell this man is not fit for no rapping career. He has no bars.
And he got fake hair too. I
And
mean,
can't even sing. You gotta sing to get some pussy.
stop trying to debunk all my favorite lies. I'm gonna explain why I'm going in on this topic in a minute. But matter of fact, I'll explain it real quick. I was, you know how it is when this thing was in the news. I kept saying, man, that seems fascinating. Then I kept thinking about what they were doing on Mars, all the way from here. And I think they said they could do it all in 8 minutes time, 8 minute transmission. I was saying to
Man, that's some
myself,
CGI
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah. I'm like,
Man.
man, that shit don't make no goddamn sense, man. So I started asking questions, and the people who are in the know, they were answering them. And then I said, okay, well, that sounds all right. But then I asked a follow up question because it's all about transmission. We can't get a decent satellite signal every now and then, but yet, and that's in the atmosphere or in orbit, but yet we're supposed to be able to get a satellite connection from Mars. One of the lowest figures I've seen of Mars is 29 million miles away from Earth. No relay, mind you. In case people don't know what that is, like satellites position on different moons, different planets, and different intervals to boost up the signal. But some people said, okay, well, the signal is clear, so that's why you can get it that fast. There's no interference. So I said, hold up. I could swear there's like asteroids, space dust, light, and a whole bunch of other shit going on. But yet, and not only that, you got the Mars atmosphere, because that thing is down on the ground, supposedly. You got the Mars atmosphere to deal with. Then you got the transmission that comes back here. And then you got the Earth's atmosphere. And we already know how satellite signals go, GPS signals go here. They're not always clear and not always making that connection. So
Yeah.
that's what got me into it, asking questions. I said, something ain't right about this shit. And then you look at, well, I'm going to get into it deeper, but you said you had something to say from before.
Hold on, remind me what I said.
I don't know. You said you had something you had to say from last time.
From last time.
Yeah.
Or recall.
Yeah, I don't know. Because remember, I wasn't able to let you on in time because I was going on and on about those articles.
Man.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Well,
I think I was going, but I was doing some research on some shit like, you know how Caribbeans love to claim voodoo is African and all this other stuff. I was like playing, you know, the video game, the Mafia 3, where you play as some type of black American who's supposed to be half Dominican or some shit like that. He's an orphan in a fictionalized Louisiana.
Yeah.
I'm doing they give you a mission where they send you to go out and it's like the black part of the city that's called the Hollow.
Get the Haitians.
And yeah, with the Haitians, and they assign you to go go after one of the people that were tasked to was betraying you when you did the heist mission with the Marcanos, and they hire you to go. They send you to go kill this guy that was helping them get the money. The Marcanos get their money. His name was Richie Doucette, and he was like one of the members of the Dixie Mafia, who were a bunch of Klan people. And they send you to like a parody amusement park in New Orleans called Barren Saturdays. Does anyone know what Barren Saturday is?
I never heard of that one.
Barren Saturday is like one of the Loas in voodoo in Haitian and Louisiana spirituality. He's a god of the dead, something like that.
Oh, that's the guy with the top hat?
The top hat and the skull paint on the face.
Oh, okay.
So
I must
I realized...
not have got. Hold on. Was that the scene where? Because one part got me. You know, I had to keep on doing that over and over again.
If you seen 007 Live and Let Die, you see like one of the guys from what's that movie? That Eddie Murphy movie. It said Unbelievable.
Oh, okay. There was a scene where he was at looked like the kind of party you were talking about, but then he had to escape from the police. Is that that scene, or is that later in the game? Because if that's the case, I didn't make it to that part yet.
In the part, you get to the part where you round up all the Dixie Mafia. You go after them, harassing people in the street. You kill them, and you go take over the strip club, and then they send you to like the carnival.
Okay, yeah, I did that. Yeah, that part where you had to run from the police.
Where you lynched the Richie Doucette.
Yeah, okay,
yeah. And when you go into the amusement park, the final stage where you go inside a dark ride, they tell you something about African slaves. Oh, they was trying to maintain their heathen voodoo religion by worshiping Rougarou. I'm like, what the hell is a Rougarou? That ain't a part of the Orishas. It's basically a werewolf. It's a French werewolf called derives from the word loup-garou, and it's combined with indigenous American cryptids like skinwalkers and the Wendigo and the Wampus Cat or Taily Po, something like that. That's in Appalachians or in Louisiana and stuff to prey on little kids, tell scary stories and shit like that.
You know, I was gonna say, speaking of stuff like that, like voodoo and stuff like that, I was reading an article. And I guess because I got here, you know how it is. You get into something, then you find something else that you didn't think about. It was about Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball. I just want to see, you know, how they got a TV show together, how people felt about them, because some people are talking white Hispanics these days, but back then they didn't seem to view him as a white dude, but yet they seemed to let the show go because I guess they were married in real life. But they said something about Desi Arnaz participating in voodoo since he's Cuban. And they said, I'm sure you saw I Love Lucy, right?
I know of it, but I never seen the show.
Oh my God, damn, as popular as that show was, damn. But hey, I haven't seen a lot of movies.
Cuban, so I say, Lucy, I'm home. That one?
Right.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, though, because he'll do his little stage show playing the bongos. And I'm sure everybody listening, they know what I'm talking about. He'll do that song called Babaloo. Babaloo. They said that is some voodoo ritual type shit he was doing in there. That's what that song is all about. I said, damn. I said, that makes sense because I said, damn, I said that song is always weird, you know? Babaloo.
Yeah. But
he admitted his African part. So.
Really? Dang. But another thing from the game that you didn't notice, they give you like a projectile called a Zimmy. You remember that when in the mission where they talk to each other saying that they put Zimmy dolls on their beds for protection from the ancestors?
That part, no, I don't think I got to there.
Yeah,
I think the last one I got there was a shootout. Now, I don't know if that came after that scene you just described or before. The shootout on the hill when they were holding somebody hostage or something like that. You had to do the shootout in the like barns and stuff. I like that scene though.
Oh, you played? Yeah, that was the part of the DLC and I forgot the name of the town that they take you at. I know what level you talking about.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what it was because you know that mine is the bootleg version.
That's where you that's where you get to manufacture your marijuana crop. Oh, well, I know what that part is.
I like that one. That was nice.
Yeah.
I like good shootouts.
That's where you require the car called the Nightcrawler and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A Zimmy, do you know what a Zimmy is? That's basically an Arawak god, and that's where your voodoo doll comes from.
Yeah.
So when Pan-Africans sit up there saying that our culture, everything in Black American culture is African, no, it isn't. I'll tell you how most of that Orisha and their Adrinka symbols got there. Europeans sent Indians to Africa to colonize Guinea and Angola and places like that. And they renamed them Loros and Mysticos. They don't talk about how in our slavery history that they were sending us over to Africa trying to remove Indians over here.
Yeah, I want to do a show on that.
Because people don't explain how does Rastafarianism get over here, and that's an Ethiopian kind of thing.
Yeah, that I don't like because people, you know, they say Haile Selassie's God, and some of them take his name. What is it? Selassie, and all that stuff.
Yeah, he was the only Ethiopian, I mean, to let in Black Americans, but
look,
his
look,
actual people didn't want our people over there.
look at this comment. NASA got a 1,000,000-mile internet. Something you never seen before, even though my phone goes out when a storm comes around.
Or if you go into a subway.
And that's what we're gonna get into, because that's what piqued my interest in this shit. Because I'm like, man, this shit just it does not make sense. I mean, it
Yeah,
seems cool, and people think, well, NASA got bigger and better technology than what we have.
they
So,
give us some bullshit hand-me-downs.
but when I'm looking at that rover, I'm thinking, damn. I mean, it's on the surface of another planet that's at least 29 million miles. 29 million miles away. I mean, you just think New York or Boston to LA, that's 3,000 miles. And not many people want to make that drive. So you think about 29 million miles. I mean, my,
That's like a couple years.
yeah. And you look at the rover itself, because I'm looking at it, I'm like, unless it has some super high tech antenna receivers, you know, how's the signal being transmitted and being received? And then they
And
showed,
plus, wouldn't that technology be outdated
yeah,
and not compatible with the Wi-Fi and shit like we got now, the 5G, the 10G, whatever the hell they got, 20G, 100,000 K.
it would have to be a whole lot faster than that.
Well, what's the broadband looking like?
Yeah, it's got. I think they're up to what, 1 gig or 1.5 gig or something like that. Got to be a lot faster than that, because they said the transmission from Mars to Earth from that rover takes 8 minutes, and they could.
8 minutes?
Yeah, that's extremely fast for 29 million miles away.
Shit, they ain't hitting no asteroids along the way.
That's what I'm saying. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. And then they can remote control it from here,
Really?
29 million miles away.
That
At
shit was
least.
done. That shit was done in CGI. They some bullshitters.
Yeah, matter of fact, I got an article on that shows that. I mean, it looked like it was anyway. And then the vehicle itself, I just like
I'm
asking
thinking some of
questions.
that live footage was shot in the Mojave Desert, and they just put a red grain on it.
Yeah, I think so. Because I look at the vehicle itself, I'm thinking to myself, well, how did they launch it out there? Was it by rocket or what? And then when it landed, how did it stay intact? And how did it dislodge? you
How it
know,
not melt?
so I'm thinking of these things. So,
Matter of
I'm not.
fact, how did it get out of orbit? By the way, because you got microwaves and shit from the UV rays of the sun.
Yeah, so I'm thinking to myself, I'm not,
And then the gravitational pull of the Earth.
right. Now, there's some people who, matter of fact, my man just brought it up right here. They talk about the moon landing. They say that that's fake. I never really gave it consideration, but then I started looking into it.
That shit is fake. It's like they filmed it in a
Unfortunately,
Hollywood studio, man.
unfortunately, that's where I lean at. I lean on that side heavily. Unfortunately, because I see a lot of things that just don't make sense. Plus the fact that they haven't been going back and back and back. And, but
Set it up like colonies and shit like you see in that movie. What's that video game? Wolfenstein,
yeah.
where they put Hitler on the moon.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I remember when I played that sequence. I thought that shit was kind of fun and kind of funny at the same time. Because I said that shit is wild. That's why I said I love this game, man. This shit is wild.
Like by now we should be seeing cities and shit on the moon.
And the vehicle though, see, I'm like, okay, well, how does it stay right side up? And how does it conduct experiments? and analysis on the scene, especially when it comes to dealing with the possible unknown. How do they? How come these things never land in a volcano or a cavern or something like that and get destroyed? How's it always successful? You know, on the landing. You know, just things, small things like that, and then again, the signal. That's the most important thing because they're controlling all this shit from here. That's the main thing that I'm like,
No, how far does the signal go?
yeah. And what I've asked these questions to people, and these people, these aren't the ghetto five people you usually see on YouTube. These are people who know a little something. They said things to the effect that it's this at this in space. You don't have all the interference, so the waves go at the speed of light.
Huh?
So I said, well, okay, well that's fine and all, but there's bound to be something that interferes with the signal because we can see Mars from here, yeah, but everything in between. What's up with that?
Then what about, okay, you get lost in the forest. What about that?
Right. I like when I dropped my, but I got 5G phone now. That's stronger. But when it wasn't 5G, I would drive up in some town suburbs in the woods and shit. I'd be like, God damn! Sometimes the signal that would just cut the fuck out totally.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, but see, this is things. Some of their questions, some of their answers. I said, okay, I could rock with that. But then I said to myself, I don't want to come off as trying to be sounding trollish or like an asshole, but when you ask questions that people prefer not to answer, you kind of have to, that's how you come off sounding anyway. So I said, you know what? When it rains and people have satellite TV, the signal degrades.
Yeah, especially with the direct TV.
Yeah, so, and that's right outside the Earth, not even 1,000,000 miles away. It's in the orbit of the Earth. But yet, that messes up. Everything has to be aligned right in order for you to get the signal. The GPS, I had a separate GPS in the car for years. On a cloudy day, like when I first get in the car, turn it on a cloudy day, it doesn't even catch a signal. It's supposed to be 3 satellites that it's supposed to be locking on to. And this is in orbit of the Earth. But yet, you got a planet that we can't even get to. Nobody here has ever laid eyes on in person. Nobody has ever seen it in person. At least 29 million miles away. They want us to believe that they can remote control and get a clear signal and control a vehicle. Matter of fact, let me do this. You already you ready for me to get into this, or you straight?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. And then we got the Van Allen belt too. Now the Van Allen belt, that's fine with getting vehicle, anything that's not living, that can go past. I can accept that. But anything living is gonna die. That's why nobody's been able to. That's why people doubt the moon situation or anything else. That's why people haven't gone anyplace else. But anyway, let me see. Before I do this, we have so many satellites, right? But why do we have intercontinental undersea cables? Hey, that's the sick. That's a good question. Apparently, Wi-Fi is not good enough. so let me check out some of these. So they change this thing around. And hopefully this thing won't get blocked. Okay, so I hate these things, man. Now this is that Mars Rover. Now obviously this is computer generated stuff right here. Ain't no doubt about that. But as you can see, as a matter of fact, where's that one at? Let me get to the here's a better one. This is from NASA's site themselves. Now, as you can see, this is the vehicle. That's a better scale so you can see the size of it. Now, when I was a child, I used to see space shuttle launches and satellite, and they you know, and you would see the footage of the
What
moon
year
land.
was this?
You know, 90s, early 90s.
90s, early 90s,
Yeah,
80, 89,
yeah,
90.
yeah, yeah. So
All right.
I would see that, and I would see the the man on the moon landings in the vehicle that they had on there. And again, I would ask myself some questions, such as it was clearly shot in a rocket or whatever the hell got them there. They land, and then they come out of the moon capsule, whatever the hell it is. They got things they experiment on. But I'm thinking to myself, if that was me getting out of there, I'd be thinking to myself, how the hell am I getting back? That's what I'd be thinking about, you know?
Yeah.
So I noticed that they don't really. Maybe I could be wrong. I'm going by
And it's
memory.
like the capsule thing doesn't even look like capability. It has the capability of flight. That's
Right.
the thing right there. That shit looks hella cheesy too.
Right. So I'm like, how do they do that? Pack everything up and then propel the thing back. And I don't think they ever showed footage of them doing that. If they got,
And they had like golf carts on the moon, like those rovers that looks
right.
like practical golf carts.
You know how big all that shit is? At least this size. And then I'm thinking 1969. I'm thinking, man. Now I know they had satellite TV in 19. It shocked me. But I looked it up. They had satellite TV since the 1950s. That's shocking. That shocked the hell out of me to find that out. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
But they had it. And matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with the Beatles. They had this song called "Love Is All You Need. All you need is love," and they did it in a studio. They said that was shot. That was a satellite TV transmission. I
Really?
said, yeah. I said, damn, I never knew that. So they had satellite transmissions, but I kept saying to myself when they got on the moon, now who the fuck was recording this? That's what I'm thinking.
Oh yeah. Wait, they have camcorders in that era?
Yeah, I'm like, now I know no matter what kind of technology you got, yeah, okay, let's say this. They did shoot movies on film in cold weather, in hot weather. But it's supposed to be
Yeah.
very cold in space. And I don't think any kind of film could survive that and record at the same time. But they
Nah,
recorded
I
it.
can't because it's like below sub-zero temperatures. Like,
Yeah,
and also they claim that you also roasting and freezing while in space because of
yeah,
the sun.
yeah, yeah, because the
So
sun
that
signal.
footage, that shit would burn up and freeze at the same time.
Yeah, because the sun signal is more direct and there's no Earth's atmosphere to protect you. That's why they claim they wear the suits. But I think it may be all for effect. You know, that Kennedy said we're going to put a man on the moon by the end of the 60s. They shot his ass, so he never saw it. But but then they end up doing it. But they didn't keep going back, which is pretty peculiar, you know. So I kept thinking about that. Okay, how do these astronauts pack up this shit that they brought on the moon? And you know, the main thing they talk about is they brought back moon rocks, you know, and some moon dust. So how they pack all that up? The machines that they brought there, unless they left them. But let's say they didn't bring anything back. Let's just say they got back into the capsule that landed. How the hell did that launch off of the moon? Provided that it landed right.
Yeah, and they say there's like the gravity all funny when you land on the moon, right? In the movies, like everything floats when you land on the moon because there's no gravity.
Right. Now I
How
know.
how come all that shit didn't fly off of the moon like the U.S. flag and that
Yeah.
rover and the capsule just wandered and floated out into space?
Yep. And then when they got back to Earth, tiny ass little capsule supposed to what parachute and go into the ocean. Now, how did they manage to make sure that they went into the ocean as opposed to going into a mountain? You know, but
Yeah.
they managed to survive, and they show that footage, but they never show the footage of how the hell they propelled themselves off of the moon and back onto the Earth. Because you got to steer too. You just can't
Yeah.
rocket somewhere up straight up. You got to head towards the Earth, and you got to make sure. Matter of fact, since I'm on here, let me just make sure because you got to
It's
make
the
sure.
same thing with them slave ships.
Let me see. I'm just curious because if this didn't go into communist China, North Pacific Ocean, huh? Okay. So he managed to come back. What's that? I can't hear you too well. So you saying Elijah Muhammad is on the mothership? No, definitely not. But see, they say he landed back in American. I can't hear you too well. You sound very, very distant.
Oh, I'm sorry. My head, like I said, my phone be acting funny.
Now they said he landed in the Pacific Northwest. I find that kind of weird. As opposed, how come he didn't land in communist China? You know.
Yeah.
See, this is kind of weird, man. They said it was a Hollywood set. I know propaganda is a motherfucker. And it was the Soviets against the Russians and the white man, white power in general. You show people that you went on the moon. I'm seeing this cord right here too. By
Matter
the
of
way.
fact, if that flag was actually on the moon, wouldn't he be floating upwards instead of that waving regularly like how Earth's atmosphere would do a flag?
And some people say, how come it's not straight? Because they said that's the proof that it was BS. Yeah, see here it is right here. All these little contraptions. See, it looks cool. Like, in the movies, you can see that people know how to make fancy. Okay, they got it real big. How to make fancy looking scientific vessels and shit.
Yeah.
Just look at Star Wars.
Or aliens like the
Yeah.
Nostromo or some shit. Or a TIE fighter.
And look at these things they planted into the ground. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a signal booster or what. Obviously, these are solar panels, but see, I mean, when you see solar panels on a lot of things, man, they're pretty large. Like the satellites, Hubble. Matter of fact, let me look it up. We on here. The Hubble telescope. Look at its solar panels. Those are pretty large.
Yeah.
Now we know this works, but that's out in space or out in orbit on its own, though. And it's clearer in the pictures because obviously there's no atmosphere from the Earth to interfere with the transmissions. But
You got space storms and stuff like that.
Right, all this shit right here, this is interference. And I'm sure you got some of this kind of shit in between Earth and Mars.
Yeah.
And there's another thing too, while we're on this topic, people never talk about the fact that, or people do talk about the fact that we don't get a shot of the planet Earth from space. It's always fake. And I said, you know what? They do have a point on that shit. Because I have never seen an actual real shot. We always see something like this, satellite view of a surface part, but not the whole planet itself.
Yeah. And how they get the camera shot to do all that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Because, there has to be a camera somewhere. I mean, you got space cameras floating around.
Shit. How do they know what the Earth looked like in you remember 1920s and stuff like that in the Universal horror movies where they show you the whole Earth?
Yeah.
spinning like a ball and shit like that.
See, now shit like this, this shit right here looks scary to me because I'm sure that shit is gigantic as a mother. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's like a whole fucking cloud, man.
yeah, you traveling bigger than galaxies. You traveling through space. See that shit with your eyes, you might be astounded, but I'd be like, oh shit, I don't want to pass through that shit.
Yeah, like it's like you going through a whole mist of red.
Look at all this. This shit is crazy. Now, I'm showing this to show, number one, how a clear transmission looks through the Hubble. I think they're supposed to be having a Hubble 2 or something like that. I don't know why. Truth be told, I haven't seen anything from the Hubble that revealed anything more that we should know, but I know shit like this right here. This shit looks scary right here. I want to see this shit up close. And then you got these planets. Now, I remember I did a live when Sister Warrior was up here, and she pointed out the roundness, the perfect symmetrical shape of these planets. And then I was looking at other planets, and I said, you know what? It does kind of look like they made these shapes up.
Yeah.
Because they are too neat. And then when you look at this, see, these are not round. And why, if moons can look like this, why not? Why are planets perfectly round or spherical? These are moons from Mars. And Mars has 2 moons. We have 1. And that's this. You see that this curve, perfect. But their moons are not. And I don't even think that's a shot. Again, you got to ask yourself, like you just asked, how do you get shots like these if this is a real shot? And a Hubble version 2. Anyway, let me get to this part right here. Matter of fact, let me get back to this first. Back to this machine. Now, obviously, it's supposed to be designed to deal with any terrain. For some odd reason, I'm still trying to figure out how they know the atmosphere of these planets. And from what I can guess, they go by the color and guess the gas content and all that kind of stuff. That's what they go by. And I'm thinking to myself, when they do this, if they looked at Earth and saw blue, they say the blue comes from the reflection of the water. So if you saw that and you know it was water, or you saw a planet like the Earth and you know that the blue was water, you would probably assume it was some kind of gas, and they would call it whatever the hell associated gas is with blue. so, so I'm trying to figure out.
And plus, Earth's water isn't really even blue. It's actually green, purple, brown.
So how do they know
clear.
These other planets don't have water? Or something else?
They
Something
claim
we
they
don't know about.
so-called claim there's water on Mars underground.
Yeah. That's what they claim, or they said it at least had water. And they say Mars is a planet that's supposed to be closest to ours. But, I remember in Total Recall, Schwarzenegger movie, they went on Mars and they couldn't go into the atmosphere. It's supposed to mess with their skin, peel their skin. I don't know if that's how it really is, but
Pop their eyes off.
yeah.
Explode and shit.
But they say Mars atmosphere.
Or they got
is
shit like
Earth's.
what's that movie? Elysium with Matt Damon.
Yeah. To me, that I didn't like the movie that much, but the computer graphics, to me, that was a turning point in Hollywood because that's when the shit started looking real and flawless. But you see this machine. When I see these machines, I'm thinking to myself, okay, we know our cell phones have antennas built in to catch the radio waves from the cell tower signals plus Wi-Fi from your home or what have you. We know those are strong enough to capture. In a lot of cases, it's stronger than standalone. Truth be told, I'll admit that. But even your standalone Wi-Fi routers that have 6 antennas on them, sticking out. But I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, where are the antennas at? We're talking 29 million miles. I mean,
What is the station to have like the broadband and the Wi-Fi out floating out in checkpoints between Earth and
right,
Mars?
right. I think that's a key thing. Put satellites in orbit around some moons, or at least our moon, if it has an orbit. I don't know if it does. Probably doesn't. Or anything. You would think. Matter of fact, that's another thing too. You would think that if they did go on the moon, they talk about a space station. You got some people out here say the International Space Station is bullshit too. Could be, maybe not. Who knows? But I'm not arguing that. But how come you don't at least? Because they got the Hubble. How come they don't at least put some relays, communication relay on the moon? Because that would give you a better signal, whatever the hell it is you're trying to do. That's a question. But see, this vehicle has wheels. I guess it's supposed to handle any terrain except, of course, climbing up mountains. And obviously, if this thing flipped over, because there's some vehicles that they make on Earth where they could flip over and then, still roll. This doesn't look like it'll still roll if it's flipped over. I mean, it looks like it's going to be stuck. And
it does. It looked like the thing that killed Michael Johnson.
You're right, though. You're right. Cheap robot. 29 million miles away, and you don't really know the terrain. You don't know what you're going to encounter, supposedly. But
they claim that the only alien species they ran into was some germs or some shit.
A lot of people saying NASA keeps trying to get paid. And of course, power play, white power, and all that kind of stuff to make it seem like the white man is doing some big things. And recently, we got a lot of this talk about alien shit happening these days. Now, a lot of people saying, "Oh, I've seen aliens." I'm like, come on, don't start that bullshit. Aliens are real and all that shit. So here's a 3D. Matter of fact, I think you can enlarge it. Let me see. This is cool though. I ain't gonna lie. Look at this shit. Man, come on.
Like a pile of junk. It literally looks like something you find in a museum that somebody put together from a junkyard.
I can't disagree with that, man. It looks even worse than some shit that you see that's made for a movie. Now, what is this supposed to be? A propeller? I mean, this doesn't even look like it's designed for anything. Where's the power source at? Where's the what do you call it? Now, Mars is further away from the sun. So, what are the solar panels supposed to be stronger? Where's the solar panel at? Is that it right here? I mean, it's gotten smaller. Where is it at? Where's the power source? Right here?
You got so many cameras and doohickeys. I don't even know.
I mean, the only thing that seems standard are the wheels, and a camera. But where are the arms to conduct experiments? Like they say, testing shit. Is this what they do? They use this piece right here to go and analyze shit. How you gonna analyze shit like that? I know there's some shit you can analyze with signals. How you know the shit's supposed to work the same way on Mars as it would work on Earth? I'm not buying this. I'm sorry. So they said the body structure protects the rover's vital organs, the computer, obviously the process information, cameras, and instruments. I'm trying to find them. I get the rover information about its environment. A way to extend its reach and collect.
What kind of RAM and technology they put into that robot to make it like broadcast back to Earth?
Right.
I want to know how powerful that shit is.
Oh, it's powered by batteries.
Batteries?
Get the fuck out of here. By the time that thing got to Mars, those batteries shouldn't even be there unless it was being charged by solar power. But where are the solar panels? So on everything else they send into space, they attach solar panels to them, and that's part of the reason why I never questioned things before. Because I'm like, well, you get that free electricity from the sun. That makes sense to me. But I don't see anything here. Now here it is: communications, antennas for speaking and listening. Then it says internal heaters, layer insulation, and more. Neck and head, a mask for the cameras to give the rover a human scale view.
What kind of metals or plastics they using to make them cameras last?
That's a good question. Let me look at these communications, see what they got under that. They say it has 3 antennas that serve as both its voice and its ears. They're located on the rover equipment deck. Its back. Having multiple antennas provides backup options just in case they're needed. Then they say there's an ultra high frequency antenna. Then there's an X band high gain and an X band low gain. Ultra high frequency antenna. Okay, that's what that conical thing was on the back. So I guess they want us to believe this is some brand new state of the art 29 million mile transmission antenna. Okay, well let's hear what they have to say. Most often, Curiosity sends radio waves through its ultra-high frequency UHF antenna. Everybody's familiar with that. About 400 megahertz to communicate with Earth through NASA, Mars Odyssey, and Mars Reconnaissance Orbiters. So they got shit orbiting Mars. Okay. That's fine. But again, if we just look at what goes on Earth with our paid for communications. that's
the hand-me-downs.
Yeah, and this is direct transmission. Nothing else is supposed to interfere. And I'm gonna let me just read on, then I go into that. They said because the rovers and orbiters' antennas are close range, they act like a walkie-talkie compared to the long range of low gain and high gain antennas. Walkie-talkies using orbiters.
And matter of fact, how do these technologies last in the weather on these other planets?
Right, because you don't know what you'll find. Like you look at a planet like Neptune, I'm thinking water. I'm thinking to myself, God damn, you land something on there, or if man were to go on Neptune, you can't really see the surface, so you don't know what the hell you're gonna be getting into.
Yeah.
Neptune
and
looks
they like claim Saturn is a ball of gas or some shit that you can't even land on.
Yeah, see, Neptune looks nice, but the shit looks scary at the same time. I happen to like blue, but I'm just saying, you land on that shit, you like, man, I don't know what the hell I'm getting into. Same thing with Jupiter. And you see the circular edges. It just it does.
It seems fake though.
Yeah, it does not look natural. And why?
Like, what am I looking at? Is it supposed to be a desert or something?
Yeah, they say these are storms, and this storm right here is supposed to be able to be the size of the Earth, fit the Earth in it. Yeah. And again, all these big clouds. Okay, what is all this supposed to be? Now, I did see footage of them showing the storms moving, but of course, people can. This looks like it's fake right here. So they say Neptune, hydrogen, helium, atmosphere, rock, ice, core. Now, how do they know that? Because of the atmosphere?
They land something on that planet to see if it got ice on it. Maybe everything is blue inside the Neptune.
Now, how are they breaking down? How are they breaking down the core, mantle, then liquid hydrogen, gaseous hydrogen, visible clouds? How are they breaking all that down without having stepped foot on the place?
It's the same thing about them slave ships, dog.
I mean, that's what when it comes to astronomy, that's what I've always wondered. I'm like, how do they know this shit? I don't care how smart they are. How do they know this? I don't care how many minds come together. It doesn't make sense. I used to have a telescope. Now, where I'm at now, if I had one, I couldn't see nothing, but I had one, and the closest Well, mine was kind of weak. I was only able to see the moon, and it looked scary. I was intrigued, but it looked scary. I wanted to see a planet though, and they say Mars is the reddish-looking star. I tried to focus on that, but the telescope I had just couldn't bring it in. So that's when I learned you gotta get one of those fat ones, not those skinny ones. Well, let me get back to this. Still skeptical about this antenna because
What is it made out of?
that looks like some type of aluminum foil or some type of foil antenna. I bought an antenna like this to catch a Wi-Fi signal around the corner. Similar to this. Not obviously it's not the supposedly as high tech as this one's supposed to be. You know, those plastic ones with that kind of shape. I couldn't catch the signal. But yet my phone could pick up the signal. But my computer couldn't pick it up. Can you explain how the damn cell phone's antenna is stronger than a standalone shit that's supposed to be high powered?
Yeah.
I can't understand that. Now, and that brings me to why I've been skeptical about this Mars shit. Because I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me how you can remote control some shit from 29 minutes. If they had the technology, then everything that we have that is wireless should not have any flaws.
Yeah. And we would know what everything looked like underneath the ocean.
Right. Now they say using orbiters to relay messages is beneficial because they're closer to the rover than deep space network antennas on Earth. Deep space network antennas, but they're on Earth.
Matter of fact, how they knowing what shit look like on Mars, but not anything underneath the Earth, like in the ocean?
Right.
That's what puzzled me. We haven't figured out what the ocean looked like underneath, but we know what Mars looked like. For real, cuz?
Why they call this deep space network if the antennas are on Earth? And they say
that don't make no sense. You ain't got no deep space hubs and shit like that to broadcast to back to Earth, like shit in between the way you get into like say you almost there. You gotta keep setting out like checkpoints to checkpoint to checkpoint to make sure your signals get through to each other. Why don't they show any of that footage?
Right. See, because a lot of people don't know it, but your cell phone, your radio stations, TV stations you get off air, that's all radio waves.
Yeah.
So that's what this is all. That's what your Wi-Fi is too. These are all different radio waves, and some waves are stronger than others. But for instance, here in New York, you got TV stations, radio stations, obviously like you got every place. But just for reference purposes, there's certain radio stations. If you go, like if you're in Manhattan, a radio station broadcasting from Manhattan can get blocked out because of the buildings.
Yeah.
You could be down the street from the damn radio station or a mile away, but sometimes the signal will mess up. You go to New Jersey, it's clear. Long Island, Westchester, Connecticut is clear. See, now that's where I was about to go. Now, I drive. I've been all over. So, and one thing I like doing is just testing radio station length and range. Now, check this out. I'm going to just use Hot 97 as a reference because that's usually the one I used to test out. You can go right above the Bronx, Westchester, no problem. Once you start getting into some woods in northern Westchester, now you start having problems. You go to Putnam County, which is right above Westchester. it becomes clear as long as the land is flat. But if you get into some woods, now you got problems. And right
What
above,
about Buffalo and
oh
Niagara?
no, definitely they're way out of range. But once you get into Dutchess County, which
Oh.
is right above Putnam County, no more New York City radio stations at all.
Mm.
Now in Connecticut, similar, but the signal's actually longer there. It'll cut off or starts, feel it not so strong or starts feeling a little weaker in New Haven. And
Mm.
past New Haven is still there, but it's a little weaker and then it's gone. But yet, if you go all the way to New London, Connecticut, on the Long Island Sound, the station comes in like you're in the goddamn radio station itself. That's how clear it comes back.
Mm.
But it's bouncing off the water. And I only know that because once you get off of the water, where you can see the water and keep the radio station on, then you can't get it anymore. Same thing with Long Island and TV stations too, because there was this lady I used to see. She lived in Nyack, New York,
Mm.
which is across the Hudson to the north in New Jersey. She didn't have cable, but she wanted to get off the air HD signals. And I believe she was 20, I think that's 20 miles, 20 to 25 miles from Manhattan. Usually they say Times Square. Like when you cross the bridge, you can see the skyline from that they call it the Mario Cuomo Bridge now. There's the Palisades Mountains. Are you familiar with those? It's like
I heard of it.
starts in New Jersey up into that part of New York State. So it's the rocky cliffs. And I think that may mess up the signal, but she could not get not one TV station off the air.
Oh.
And I brought in a powerful HD antenna, the kind that goes outside. I said she should be able to get one. She couldn't get one. I even put the
Damn.
antenna. I put the antenna outside. And matter of fact, from her house, you look down the street, you can see the Hudson River. Even that river couldn't bounce nothing to her. So that's raw antenna feed. And I say all that to say this. How the hell do you get signals from 29 million miles away? And I don't know if people notice this either. When I drive, I'm always looking. Like on a bridge or something, you might see like those tall, wiry antennas. Those are called repeaters. And what they do is they allow a massive signal source to repeat the signal so it can expand the range. And you'll see that. That's how Long Island, that's how they get this, some of the New York City signals, because truth be told, they're kind of far out there. So they wouldn't be able to pick up nothing without the repeaters. And I'm sure that's the same way throughout the country. So if the signals on this craft were as strong as they claim, naturally, if it was real, we should be able to pick up a Los Angeles station from anywhere, not only in the nation, but anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you, I did pick up one the other day. LA station. But that's from satellite radio, though, see? And the satellite, matter of fact, I did another test because I'm in this garage, right?
Yeah.
The garage is concrete. So when I had my FM station on, no signal because the concrete blocks the signal. The AM station, the signal still comes through. And speaking of that, the AM stations for New York, I have driven from New York to damn near Boston. The AM stations I listen to, like 710, is still on. I heard somebody call that station and they said they were calling from New Hampshire. I said, what? I wouldn't have believed it had I not known that that signal can get to that area. But I didn't think that far in New Hampshire though.
Mm.
But that's AM. It's supposed to be a lower band. That's why you got the lower quality signal. FM takes up more bandwidth. And so the satellite radio gets blocked in the concrete a little bit, but you can still get it, but you hear it getting choppy as you're going through it. So that's stronger. But again, if we are able to get stuff like they got here, it shouldn't be none of that. So that's why I'm skeptical
Nope,
about
it
all this
shouldn't.
stuff. This is crazy. And then they say the X band, high gain antenna. Curiosity uses this high gain antenna, and a lot of people probably know what these are from when they see their phones and their Wi-Fi to receive commands. The mission team for the mission team back on Earth. The high gain antenna can send a beam of information in a specific direction, like upload, download, and it is steerable. So the antenna can move to point itself directly to any antenna on Earth. There you go, right there. You got to analyze that. So, the high beam antenna can send a beam of information in a specific direction, and it is steerable. So the antenna can move to point itself directly to any antenna on Earth. But see, when I'm thinking about this as I read this, I'm thinking if you're on Mars, right?
Yeah.
Does moving the antenna from left to right gonna really improve the signal? I mean, because you're dealing with the entire Earth that's so far away, 29 million miles away. I mean,
It's not adding up.
yeah, it's not like you trying to get a TV signal. Let me move the antenna over here so the shit come in clearer. It's not like that, man.
It's not like they got a man up there to manually do that shit. Like,
They said the benefit of having a steerable antenna is that the entire rover doesn't necessarily have to change positions to talk to Earth. Like turning your neck to talk to someone beside you rather than turning your entire body, the rover can save energy by moving only the antenna. But here's the problem. This is the antenna.
and it runs on batteries.
And you see how it's shaped? It's not what they got omnidirectional and bidirectional antennas. Yeah, I know a little something. Omnidirectional, as it suggests, shoots in one direction. You got to point it at the source to get the reception. Bidirectional, you can point it in one area and it can pick up signals in different directions. This one is probably a bidirectional, although omnidirectionals could work too. But you can see it's the shape. It's supposed to come from all around the antenna. So my question is, since it's shaped like this, why would the antenna have to move? Because it's designed to take signals from all directions. Okay, so see that right there, that catches my attention. Now they got the X band low gain antenna. Curiosity uses its low gain antenna primarily for receiving signals. The antenna can send and receive information in every direction. Here we go. And it is omnidirectional. The antenna transmits radio waves at a low rate to the deep space network antennas on Earth. So that's what they want you to believe. I'm not buying it. Let's see. This is the mission. I noticed that this.
Yeah, that
machine,
shit look like CGI.
Yeah, that's definitely. See, this doesn't make sense. This is supposed to be the probe. Now, let's just say that there was some creature on Mars, and it was curious about this and wanted to bite it and destroy it. What can it do? Let's say it had a acidic atmosphere, or there was a storm, or on the sand it got swallowed up. I mean, So that's the
You know,
thing.
dust storms and shit.
Yeah. I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me, but we're gonna keep rolling with it. It made big news. So now let's look at some Mars facts. I like this right here. This is cool though. Now again, it's supposed to be a live 3D. I got a powerful computer. That's why this ain't no thing. This is a total Mars layout. Looks like a moon to me. I'm not saying that that's what they did, but I'm just saying, that's the poles. And from here, see now, unlike the other planets, including this one, you can clearly make out that looks like a surface. And I guess this is supposed to be asteroids that hit it and cause nuclear-like destruction. Now, when you look at Neptune, even the Earth, you can't really make out land. And the reason why I say that about the Earth is because we know what's supposed to be on here. But what if we didn't? Will we be able to make out that the continents are land versus the blue being water, if we never been here? Matter of fact, I can't even blow this up.
How they show you Earth, you can't even tell you can land on that shit. They just mostly show you clouds covering over like the green continents.
Yep. So, if you're looking at that, you don't know what was on there. Just like you're looking at this, you'd be like, man, what the fuck is that?
That shit might be just the fucking cloud color.
Yeah. Now, this is supposed to be the size differences between Mars and Earth. So Mars is smaller. I think they say you could fit, right here it says you could fit up to 6 Mars into the volume of the Earth. I'm getting to this chart in a minute. They say average distance from the sun, Earth is 93 million. Mars is
I don't know. That sounds kind of pseudo, like how Pan Africans try to say that Africa is larger than North America, but America is like one big fucking supercontinent. Just like Africa is connected to Eurasia. It's one big supercontinent, but the way Eurocentrics teach it, they try and say, oh, there's 7 continents and 7 seas. Huh?
Yep, and one of those continents is just a made-up one.
Yeah.
They say average speed orbiting the sun, 18.5 miles per second on the Earth, 14.5 on Mars. Diameter of the Earth is 7.9 thousand miles. So I guess they, able to. I'll give them that because people have been sailing the seas for a while, so I'll give them that. Mars,
but they don't know what's under the sea.
Now, I have seen some videos. They were talking about they didn't, like you said, they didn't explore it all, but they did explore. I said, God damn, that shit looked like some scary shit down there.
Yeah, you got giant squid, luminescent fishes, and shit like that.
Yeah, I said, damn, I'd like to see more, but god damn, that's some frightening shit.
Bioluminescence, that's some scary shit, man.
And they claim that
you got it with the light fireflies. You got it with lizards and shit. You got like eels.
And they claim the creatures down there. This is what they claim. They claim that a lot of them went that far down because they couldn't compete with the other creatures. I'm like, well, shit, man. If I was one of those creatures,
they more dangerous in this shit. And they bigger too.
And it's pitch black too. And pitch black, and it's heavier weight because they said the further down you go, the heavier the water gets, all the weight on top of you. And I saw.
And then they claim like the waves, the pressure crushes every dang thing.
And they said they got salt.
But you can send a fucking rover out into space and none of that shit, the pressure breaks that shit down. Come on now.
Now I know when they claim they send satellites, orbiters to Jupiter. They claim they bounce that off for waves, and once they bounce this off, it's supposed to propel it a little faster and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I can accept that. But the control, the communication, I can't accept that. I just can't do that right now. Uh, length of years 365 and a quarter days on Earth, 687 days on Mars. Earth days on Mars. 24 hours 56 minutes. 23 hours 56 minutes. Okay, so I didn't know that was the exact time. Okay. 24 hours 37 minutes on Mars. The gravity 2.66 times that of Mars and 3.75 that of the Earth on Mars. Average temperature here 57, average temperature there negative 81. Did you hear that? That all the movies I've seen,
Say that again.
the average temperature on Mars is minus 81 degrees.
Really?
That's what it says right here. And that can't be a typo.
How the hell do they know that? You ain't got a fucking thermometer coming out that shit?
That's what I want to know too. Any movie I've seen on Mars, they always make it look like it's hot.
Yeah, it's such a desert. It's stereotypically a desert, so you automatically assume it's going to be hot.
Right, so how did Arnold Schwarzenegger, how did he look like that in that Total Recall? If it's
And not freeze.
Yeah, if it's negative 81, that's the average temperature. That's not the coldest.
This nigga will be fucking liquid nitrogen by then. Like he be looking like what's that? The T-1000 and shit.
Now here's what they say. They say the atmosphere on the Earth is nitrogen, oxygen, argon, and others. Then they say for Mars, mostly carbon dioxide, some water vapor. Now, how do they know that? How come they didn't say water vapor for us? I know they might say, well, that's the nitrogen, right? I say Mars facts. Let's see if we can get these bigger. See, now when I want one of those flip things, they don't have them. Fourth planet from the sun. This is from the government. These are their moons. Phobos.
Not
Deimos.
symmetrically round. You got just rocks. They just look like regular rocks you find on the ground.
Yep. Except for the meteor strikes, and you see how fucking clear it is. I don't know. That's what I started getting concerned. I mean, I know they got powerful telescopes, but goddamn, it's extremely clear. But yet, when it comes to Mars itself,
that shit a whole fucking CGI animation.
Yeah, right here, it definitely looks CGI, man. And they do put them together as CGI. Here's the size. That's the Earth. That's Mars. That's our moon. So the moon's supposed to be 2,159 miles away.
Matter of fact, if they never been to them planets, how the fuck do they know what size they are?
Yeah. Now with that, I think they go by possible light reflections and all that kind of stuff. But see, again, when they show these pictures of these moons, I'm like, or these planets, I'm like, why do they all look perfectly round? I'm glad the sister woman pointed that out, because I never gave that thought until I was looking that up and she pointed that out. And I said, my God, I said, yeah, they are too fucking symmetrically round and shit. They say if you weighed 100 pounds on Earth, you weigh only 38 pounds on Mars.
How do they know this?
They claim our gravity is 2.66 times the amount of gravity on Mars. So that's another thing. When it comes to that rover, it's lighter on Mars than it is here. If it's on Mars. So, given the fact that it's lighter, how can they, let's say they knew this, and this is the fact, that I guess I can give them an excuse and say that they programmed it to accommodate that lighter gravity. How about we roll with that? Does that sound good?
Okay.
Even though it weighed differently once it was here. Matter of fact, let me see how much that shit weighs. Matter of fact, hold on a second. All right, let's say it's car size, 10 feet long, 9 feet wide, 7 feet tall. No, that's about the size of a car, 2,200 pounds. So you got to keep that in mind. when they launched that. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. So now we got Mars facts distance, average distance from the sun to the orbit pass of Earth and Mars. We're 93
Yo,
million
chat is
miles.
wild, and they just said that thing like a crack rock.
Yeah, I thought about that too, or a real diamond. And they say a year on Mars is almost twice as long as a year on Earth. You could fit 6 Mars into the volume of the Earth.
Man, if they don't get out of here with that shit.
Temperature, we just went over that. They say, okay, so here's the actual range. They say on Earth, they say the coldest that they are aware of is minus 126. It must be on the poles, I guess. Average temperature 57. Hottest is 136. Those are extremes right there. Mars, they say negative 284 is the coldest. Now, that's now you got a very good question. How the hell they know what the coldest is?
Shoot, man.
I mean, it's one thing to come up with an average and guess it, but how do they know? I guess. Let me see. 126 times 2, it's about 152. So maybe that's what they're doing. The distance from the sun. I'm giving them some good excuses, or it could be true, for all I know. But we're asking the question. So,
And why the lights ain't on in space? I just had to insert that.
and I heard we looked at this before, the inner cores and all that kind of stuff. They said the core of Mars maybe. See, now they use the word may.
Maybe.
Maybe similar to
Yeah, that
Earth's.
shit does kind of make kind of sense. Yeah, why isn't the light on in space? Everything should be blue like our sky, right?
Well, I'll make this. I'll say this. They claim everything's supposed to be so distant from each other. So I guess that gives it time to be pitch black, because without the suns, everything's supposed to be pitch black. No color. And they say that's how you get light. Get color is by light.
Mm.
But I thought about that because I looked that up. They said that's what the science says. I could accept that because when it's pitch black, there obviously is no color. But yet,
Yeah.
if you got a rose in your hand, right?
Yeah. Well, black isn't a color. It's the same thing as whiteness.
But if you have a rose in your hand and you're looking at it, right? In the
Yeah.
light, and it's red. And then it's pitch black all of a sudden. Now, is the rose physically no longer red? Or is it just not red, it's now black because you can't see anything?
No, it's still red. It's just the shadow.
Keeping in mind that if everything went pitch black, we would die, so we wouldn't be able to see a damn thing.
Yeah.
So we don't know, but I guess scientifically speaking, I guess it's supposed to be black. But yet, so that's the thing. That's why I say, okay, I agree with them saying that if there's no light, there's no color.
But then again, the eyes give off illusions because we really can't see blue because blue is not a real color.
Right.
It's actually purple or red.
That reminds me, I was on a Wesley Muhammad video. He was wearing a blue suit. And I made the comment. I said, I thought Elijah Muhammad said that blue is the color of deception. So what you got on a blue suit for? Because, I'm sure you must have heard Elijah Muhammad say, well, blue is the color of deception because it's looks in your arm, it looks like it's blue. Then when it gets out of your arm, it's red. Same thing with the sky, looks one color. The water, rather, looks like it's blue, but it's clear. So he calls blue the color of deception. That's Freemason teaching, though. So these are the cores now. Oh, yeah, I can't hear you at all.
Oh man, this guy was literally talking to me about the color blue not being an actual color and breaking down the etymology about that. I didn't even fucking know that. Like we were talking about like the Sentinelese, people keep saying that they like their skin color is not black, but is technically their skin color is like a reddish purple. All humans like that's literally dark skin. They are brown, but with purple and red undertones. I didn't say like he said. Reason why you didn't say blue is because blue is a deceptive color to the eye, and it's not
Right.
an actual color.
Right. Because even like ancient East Indians, those drawings they would color the darkest people blue, and you see that in the comic books, like the Beast from the X-Men. In
Yeah,
the
or
comic
they
books, he's
do
color blue.
green, gray, and like blue. Same with the
Yep.
Hulk.
Yep. Because he was gray first.
Yeah, they be stealing shit from like ancient concepts, like you know how like they got Kukulkan. He used to be what you would consider blackface because American Indians they had blackface over here, but it didn't have anything to do with racial stereotypes. You know, they even got it all the way out there in Papua New Guinea.
Damn. Yeah, those people being fucking beaten down by those Indonesians.
Yeah,
And
but
you
they
know what
want to
the
talk about some Asian hate.
and you know what the irony
Huh?
of this, you know what the irony of that is?
What?
And this is what Pan Africans hate to talk about. Is that these same Indonesians occupy and run Madagascar.
Yeah,
They hate to talk about that. But
they
those are
don't even
hardcore
acknowledge
facts.
that shit.
A few
That's why
have
they
started
they
bringing it
never
up.
talk about the oceanic people neither.
Nope. And like I said, Renoka Rashid, I think he definitely kicked me off of the Facebook because I don't see any of his posts. So, so he kicked me off. I did like
Yeah,
his
he
pictures though.
especially running from African Americans ain't African because he was talking mad shit years ago about like, oh, I wouldn't say I'm Indian. I'd rather claim a toilet bowl.
Damn.
What?
Now he's on
Than
it.
say I'm not African. I'd rather do that. That's what he was saying. He was disrespecting his own grandmother. He admitted his ass was Cherokee, but then he
Damn.
threw all that down the drain. Just claimed I'm just African and I'm just misappropriating everything in Africa and saying I'm just a foreign national.
Hell, you even got SETI. Now he before he was stuck on Africa only. Now he's accepting of Black Europe, Black ancient Europe, Black ancient Middle East, Black ancient everything, even the Americas now. Before he was not on
Yeah.
that.
When
So that
he
goes.
did kind of touch on it, he tried to Africanize it back to Egypt.
Yep. So now he realizes now. See the truth. See that's the thing. Everybody that's been on these things, they've been throwing the evidence out there. The evidence that even the highest powered skeptic, the third degree coon, whoever you can think of,
The Henry Louis Gates, the Rick Kittle.
anybody who wants to make any kind of excuse in the world, after you see but so many pictures, you can't say to yourself, you can't say, okay, this can't be, this is a lie. You can no longer say it's a lie. Now you have to start asking yourself, damn, where the fuck are they at? And you don't realize that it's you. That's where they're at. And
Yeah.
people can easily lie, just like well, I ain't gonna say nothing. I was gonna get into the current politics, but let me shut up.
What that Asian hate stuff?
That and
Man.
and some other stuff, but you know that
The beer virus.
yeah, I don't want them to have excuses calling this hate speech because we're talking about outer space now. Hell, they might even call this hate speech. Some Martians
Being
filed some complaints.
phobic. Damn, they put the orange and blue and purple people before they did something to niggas. God damn. Purple
Mar-
people eaters get more rights than us. Shit.
Martians email YouTube. They're upset. Hate speech.
We find this video that your Earthling Alquanr made disturbing to our values. We demand reparations for the Martians.
So they say on Mars you experience 62.5% less gravity than you're used to. So
they saying we can be superheroes on Mars and shit.
let me just look at something too, since they're talking about that again. So I have to go on this too. This is supposed to be a crater on Mars. Now that
It looks like something on Earth.
filled with snow. Now there's no zero gravity there, but from the snow layout, it looks similar to what we see here. I guess if you give it time to settle, I guess it could be that. But I would think since it's a lot lighter, you would see different pile of snow formations that we don't see here, given the fact
Oh
that it's
yeah,
lighter.
speaking of which, they showed deep space planets that were similar to Earth on the news, didn't they? A couple years back.
Yeah, I remember them showing
Yeah,
planets
how
made out
the
of
fuck they getting
diamonds.
satellites out there?
It says the Hubble though. Matter of fact, let me check this out. Because I remember it. I don't know if this is fake news that they put on as real news, but I remember them talking about this shit. And I thought this is pretty weird. This diamond planet.
Really?
Yeah.
They're like some shit. You know those rocks on Earth with the crystals inside.
Yeah. Now, I remember when they talked about this, I made a joke on YouTube. I guess I'll try to repeat it without being overt, but I said something to the effect that the small hats, they're on their way there right now. You know? A planet made of diamonds? God damn.
Shit, man! You gotta stop or YouTube get you.
Now, I think this is probably speculation. You know, they said a whole lot of things. You know, even like Star Wars. You know, in every Star Wars movie, that's one of the things I didn't like about Star Wars is the fact that even the ones made by Lucas, I dismissed the kind made by Disney. But there would be a
Doesn't
planet.
everybody?
Believe it or not, some people actually think they're actually all right. I'm like, those are never going in my collection.
Mandalorian probably, but
that's
the
fine. Even though
sequel shit, them awful.
you know, they said they're gonna take a year off from that shit. They come out with Obi-Wan Kenobi series
Man,
instead.
stop. That franchise dead like Terminator, man. Leave that shit alone.
I'm like, what you need an Obi-Wan Kenobi series for? We saw that in the prequels, man. That was the Obi-Wan.
What is he gonna do beyond Tatooine?
Yeah,
Nigga can't do nothing.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, they were supposed to come out with a movie. I guess they didn't want to abandon the plans or the whatever money they may have invested in it.
I guess they wanted to adapt that cartoon episode off of Rebels or some shit, but what more can you do with the character?
Yeah, I mean,
Besides,
George Lucas wrote the shit not so that you have to know everybody's damn history that's in the damn movie. You just know what you need to know when you see them in the damn movie or whatever the story they
yeah,
tell.
I like they had this one like Dark Horse comic book where it had like Darth Maul show up to go after Anakin, Luke Skywalker or some shit, and then he just came up out of nowhere out the desert and like Owen or something shot Darth Maul in the head that they're trying to adapt, but what more can you do with the character?
Yeah, and they said they want to bring Darth Maul on the series, one of these live action
That character
series.
should have been stayed dead since that first movie.
Yeah, don't keep bringing him. I know he was cool and everything, but I mean, it's just like Boba Fett and the Jango Fett, and then you had wasn't it? And then he was in the Mandalorian, and it happened to be the actor that was in the prequels. Played him too. I'm like, see.
Yeah, they
bringing
retconned him to be a clone.
Yeah, you're bringing that back because the fans liked it, but they don't realize the fans like original shit, new shit.
Yeah,
That's what George Lucas always said. Every
or at
movie,
least adapt like those Nintendo 64 games like Shadow of the Empire with like Carl Katarn or somebody.
nah, I like some of those characters. But George Lucas
You
always
didn't?
said, nah, he said every movie, every new movie has to have some new shit in it. That's what he said. That's why he ain't like the Disney ones because you notice every Disney movie had shit that already happened. They just expanded the story that they made
Yeah,
up
or
and
just
what was.
retold it but with
Right,
politics in
right. And
it.
I don't care for an Obi-Wan says the Mandalorian, even though we don't know who the
Probably a
fuck
Mace Windu,
we don't
but
know who the fuck the Mandalorian
nothing
was supposed to have
else.
been. All he was supposed to have been, really, he's a Boba Fett knockoff. That movie, that was supposed to have been the Boba Fett movie, standalone movie, but once that Han Solo movie flopped, they said, fuck that. So they turned it into the series. Now they confirm
Yeah.
that now. And
And
that's the
and they
same with
like
Obi-Wan.
had like a story with Boba Fett and Mace Windu. They could have told something with that character.
Yeah, Mace Windu, that's somebody we didn't know nothing about. Or talk, just showing the Emperor. Shit, I wouldn't mind seeing his backstory. You know,
Yeah.
he got a lot to tell. But I don't want to see Obi-Wan. We saw that. We saw it already.
The man get
Matter of
old
fact,
on a desert planet and that's it.
I don't want to see any more of the past. I want to see. I expected Disney to move the shit forward. They haven't moved it
Yeah.
forward yet. Never. But anyway, that's what they do in Star Wars. They say this planet is a desert planet. This planet is a water planet, Camino. And we know in real life, planets are not one thing. You got different climates, just like this planet. You got different
Yeah.
climates, different terrains. So I can't,
Different weathers.
yeah, I can't imagine that there would be a planet. I mean, it's possible. You know how
Yeah, I
diamonds are
couldn't
formed.
imagine a whole planet just being a forest or a desert and then another desert, but it's salt, red salt and shit,
Yeah,
or a planet that's nothing but ice.
yeah. And I kept thinking, speaking of that, you said the Forest. I was thinking that Forest, Moon, and Endor, Return of the Jedi. And I always thought about that because I'm like,
Or Kashyyyk, it's the same thing. They got like big ass trees and
but
like
Endor was a little different because that was supposed to have been a moon. So I'm like, if it has life on it and it has a forest, is it still a moon?
it's supposed to be a planet. Ain't no way it could be a moon.
Just because it orbits a planet, another planet, that doesn't mean that it's a moon now. It could be a cold planet. Matter of fact, they said they had cold planets out here. You know,
And
that
speaking of
orbit.
which, when they show you levitating rocks and shit on Avatar, shouldn't those levitating rocks be considered mini moons on that planet?
Yeah,
I don't know.
but that's what they have. You know, diamond planets they claim out here, diamond planets and all that kind of shit. So got the gravity. Again, this is what they say. This is what they claim. They claim they know a lot about Mars, but
Shit, they claim Neptune is a water planet like Camino.
that's why they call it Neptune. But the way I think it's
But
because
is
it's
it
blue.
a water planet? Maybe that's just
They,
the atmosphere. You just can't see the continent.
that's the whole point. And that's why I brought up the Earth comparison because if we were from another planet, we wouldn't know what to think if we saw Earth from the sky. You know.
Yeah. You say, oh, maybe that's just that green stuff is just a ball of gas clouds.
Now they said they had the first attempt controlled flight on Mars as soon as Monday. Now this is from April 17th, and this
What kind of right brother shit is that?
now this looks like carbon fiber propellers because you can see the designs in them. Carbon fiber, you know, that's supposed to tell you it's supposed to be state of the art because every time,
Is the wings on the thing supposed to be
well,
solar
this looks like
panels as
solar panels
well?
right here. I mean,
Yeah, but the wings got the same design on the
nah, that's carbon fiber. You can see the design.
carbon
Yeah,
fiber.
because they always put the carbon fiber on the supercars because that's supposed to
Well, why they had to turn it into a
They
helicopter?
claim it's supposed to fly, but you can see this thing doesn't even look like something that's designed to fly.
It
I don't see anything
don't.
to stabilize it or direct it. This is bullshit right here. This is another thing that makes me say this is
It
bullshit.
does like a pile of bullshit.
And I'm looking at this. If these are supposed to be some state of the art micro solar
And then it
panels,
got like 4 tripod legs and shit.
yep, that better not be made of rubber either.
It do look like it's made of fucking plastic or something.
Now on planet, see, when they put all this rock down, I'm like, man, I think there was some things on some people were proving that the locations they use, they show the real locations. I haven't been able to find those videos. I don't want to play them either because you know why. But if these are
Yep,
supposed to,
copyright.
now if these are supposed to be solar panels, see, because you know when they put these here, they're putting them here for a reason to at least make you think this is where it gets its power from. Now you read that they had batteries in these things. Now, why would you need batteries with solar panels? To store the power? But where are the batteries at? And these solar panels, I'm looking at them. I'm thinking if these things are that powerful, and keep in mind, Mars is 60 million miles or 50 million miles further away from the sun. But yet these solar panels are so tiny. I'm thinking, damn, if this shit can communicate back to Earth to control these propellers just from being solar powered by the same sun that we use, then some shit like this on Earth should be able to be this size and put on the roof of your house and fire up your entire electricity. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Shit, you could put this shit on the fucking car. And power the car if it's that strong.
Yeah. Look, like what the hell do they need oil for? Like what the hell they need batteries?
So shit like this is the type of shit that makes me say, I don't know, man, something is up. Something ain't right. And I'm looking at this.
They
It looks like this.
bullshitting. That's what they either giving us hand me downs or they bullshitting people.
And the body of it looks like it has some type of reflective material. Now, a lot of times you see when they put up a Hubble telescope or something, they'll have that reflective shit to try to reflect the sun's rays off of the shit. But if the sun is so far away from here, from Mars, what do you need that for? I don't get it. And the day, what was it? Was the day's longer too, right?
I think so. Yeah.
A year is about almost twice as long.
Hmm.
I don't get that. And I think when you start asking questions, see, all this stuff looks impressive and it does. But when you start asking, well, how do they do that? These things are tiny. Where
That
are they?
shit look like they shot that in Morocco somewhere.
That's what I was thinking. Matter of fact, I was thinking, fucking, what was that last Star Wars movie? Or hell, the last Jedi scene with the salt planet. You know?
Yeah.
Then they say, with goals met, NASA to push envelope with Ingenuity Mars helicopter. This is from April 28th. That's right, today. Now, this is supposed to be a live, not alive, but an actual shot. I can't blow it up anymore. But dust, anybody can make this up. Just go anywhere on Earth and then put a red tint over the thing. They say now that NASA's Ingenuity Mars helicopter has accomplished the goal of achieving powered, controlled flight of an aircraft on the red planet, and with data from its most recent flight test on April 25th, the technology demonstration project has met or surpassed all of its technical objectives. The Ingenuity team will now push its performance envelope on Mars. So if you push it, the shit'll get fucked up, and there should be no way you should be able to fix it. That's the risk you take in having these tiny, because these things are pretty small.
Yeah, and how do they get them off that planet?
I guess they got to leave them there, but And then they had greater than HD, I mean greater than 4K pictures and video.
I'm not buying that.
You know how hard it is to get adequate 4K on the internet, because you need at least really to be comfortable and do everything with 4K streaming. It's better to have at least 100 megabits per second.
And then sometimes that shit be janky as fuck. It glitches.
Hell yeah, it takes a lot of memory. And broadcast, we don't even have broadcast TV. And, well, not officially in 4K. Now I know ESPN, they record a lot of their shit in 4K, and then they broadcast it in 720, which is really downgrading it. But I noticed that shit though, because I noticed the picture quality is increased. So I said, let me look that shit up. But it's still broadcasting in 720 because those have been the standards. But yeah, they have been shooting their shit, recording their shit in 4K. ESPN. But they can only broadcast.
I wonder who came up with that technology.
I think the Japanese had it first. They said from millions of miles away, Ingenuity checked all the technical boxes we had at NASA about the possibility of power-controlled flight. So now they could do all this from so far away. See, if they even had half of this technology to work in communications, my God, these people would be rich. Richer. But even with government communications, theirs is stronger than ours, of course, but it's not strong like this. There's one hurricane, tornado, that could wipe some shit out. So I'm unconvinced. Man, I'm tired of this shit right here. They say, how long does it take to get to Mars? 2003, Mars made its closest approach to Earth in almost 60,000 years. The Hubble Space Telescope took an opportunity to observe the red planet while it was only 34. So that's the thing. You keep getting different numbers.
Estimates.
Yeah. They said 34,647 miles from Earth.
And how many years would that shit take?
They said if you want to pay a visit to the red planet, how long would it take? The answer depends on a number of things, ranging from the position of the planets to the technology that will propel you there. Let's examine a few of the most important points. How far away is Mars? To determine how long it'll reach, we must first know the distance. Mars is the fourth, blah, 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 from the sun, blah, blah, blah. In theory...
But they've been sending them machines there so they don't know how many years it would take? Come on now, that's some bullshit.
They say, in theory, the closest that Earth and Mars would approach each other would be when Mars is at its closest point to the sun and the Earth is at its furthest away from the sun. This will put the planets at only 33.9 million miles. See, I got that 29 million from a NASA site when I was, I don't want to call it debating those guys, but having a conversation. They said it was 29 million miles. So now on here, they're saying the closest is 33.9 million miles. However, this has never happened in recorded history. The closest recorded approach of the two planets occurred in 2003 when they were only 34.8 million miles away. So the distance keeps changing, but yet the transmissions are supposed to stay the same. That's what they're trying to tell us?
That sounds like some suspect shit.
They say the two planets are farthest apart when they're both at their farthest from the sun on opposite sides of the star. At this point, they could be 250 million miles apart. Did you hear that?
Say that again?
At the furthest point apart, the Earth and Mars are 250 million miles apart.
I ain't buying that shit.
And if they keep up the same transmission year round, when did this shit first come in there? In February, I think it was. Something like that. If they
so.
Let's see, they say fastest spacecraft so far. The fastest spacecraft launched from Earth was NASA's New Horizons mission, which visited Pluto in 2015. In 2006, the probe left Earth at 3,600 miles per hour. If such a probe traveled in a straight line to Mars, the time it would take to get to Mars would be At the closest, 39 days.
39 days?
That's what it says right here. They said closest recorded approach 41 days, man. That ain't what I heard. Jupiter, wasn't that 6 years or something like that? I don't know where, man.
They said years, days. How many? Oh, okay.
I could swear
Are they
Jupiter
lying?
took 6 years to get for them to put something over there. A satellite. Farthest approach 289
I thought they
days.
said like flying there would be like
Then again, Mars
years.
is closer. Yeah, Mars is closer though. They say on average 162 days. Farthest approach, that's 250 million miles. So 250 million miles will take about a year. But then things get complicated. Of course, the problem with the previous calculations is they measure distance between the two planets as a straight line. Traveling through the furthest passing of Earth and Mars would involve a trip directly through the sun, while spacecrafts must have, it sounds like they got a typo, while spacecraft must of necessity move in orbit around the solar system star. Although this isn't a problem for the closest approach, when the planets are on the same side of the sun, another problem exists. The numbers also assume that the two planets remain at constant distance, that is, when a probe is launched from Earth while the two planets are the closest. Mars will remain the same distance away over the course of 39 days it took the probe. In reality, the planets are continuously moving in their orbits around the sun. Engineers must collect the ideal orbits for sending a spacecraft to Mars. You know, like Han Solo had to collect the coordinates for the hyperdrive, you know? Kind of like that. But I didn't know the Earth had this mapped out like this. But then I give them the benefit of the doubt. Their numbers factor in not only distance, but also in fuel efficiency. I thought it was solar powered. Like throwing a dart by a moving target, they must calculate where the planet will be when the spacecraft arrive. Not where it is when it leaves Earth. Spaceships must also decelerate to enter orbit around a new planet to avoid overshooting it. How long it takes to reach Mars depends on where in their orbits the two planets lie when a mission is launched. It also depends on the technological developments. All right, so in other words, they don't know. That's the bottom line. You know, they don't know. But at the furthest,
So they telling some old bullshit, right?
that's what it sounds like to me. And these machines, I mean, I know that we got people here to go do hands-on work, but how come they never get something like this rover to go explore a cave or something like that? You know, because they say caves, a lot of caves have poisonous gas in them.
Yeah.
So how come they don't use these to go check these caves
Or
out?
mines.
Yeah.
Mine shafts.
Because I do check out some things on caves too. You know, a lot of caves are way deep underwater. You got to go a mile underwater, then swim for quite a distance just to get to the cave opening underwater, and then pop up, and then there's air. Could be poisonous gas, could be air. It's crazy. So that shows you that at one point in time where water is, they already know that though, where water is, there wasn't water at some point in time. But I think with this, I hate these videos too, man. Just pop up, I hate them. And what I wanted to get in was these radio waves, infrared light and radio waves, just to give you an idea how the Wi-Fi is working. It says, as you walk barefoot in the sand on a hot day, you will feel infrared light on your feet, even though it's not visible to you. While you surf the web, you are receiving radio waves. Infrared light and radio waves are different in many ways, especially in their utilization. Ships, spacecrafts, corporations, the military, law enforcement personnel, and the public heavily rely on radio waves and infrared light. Infrared is part of the electromagnetic spectrum and is an electromagnetic form of radiation. It comes from heat or thermal radiation and is not visible to the naked eye. More radiation is produced as temperature increases. Ice emits infrared light. Charcoals, when hot, will not glow or emit visible light. However, when you feel the infrared heat, you will feel the infrared heat that it generates. There are three types of infrared light: near, mid, and far. Near infrared light is microscopic. Asteroids radiate most of their infrared light in the mid infrared spectrum. According to NASA, far infrared light is thermal. Humans can feel this type of radiation from sunlight, fire, a radiator, or warm sand. Although humans cannot see infrared light, a rattlesnake can detect infrared light. And I think that's what your remote control, TV remote controls are made out of. There are some, that's the kind that can't go through walls, and then you have some remote controls. I don't know if they still make them.
What about a laser pointer?
Yeah, that's it. That'd be. I think that'll be considered that too, as long as it heats up, which it does.
Because there are some laser pointers that can like burn through stuff.
And there were some remote controls that you can, that's made from radio waves that you can use it through walls and stuff. But they don't. I don't think they make those anymore. And they say radio waves, according to NASA, have the longest wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum. They emit low frequency and low energy light. Although invisible radio waves are used daily, this includes the shortwave radio, aircraft and shipping bands, AM radio, TV, and FM radio. The various sources of radio waves are stars, gases, and radios in a radio station. Difference between radio waves and infrared. It's funny how they keep saying according to NASA, as opposed to according to science. Something like that. I just find that pretty curious. But they say radio waves have a longer wavelength than infrared light. In the electromagnetic spectrum, radio waves are able to reach the Earth's surface, unlike most infrared light. The majority of what is contained in the universe, including people, emit infrared light. Stars, the sun, black holes, and neutron stars create magnetic fields, which creates radio waves. According to Harvard University, radio waves and infrared light are fundamentally different in wavelength, frequency, and energies of light. Radio waves are used for many things each day. This includes communication, cell phone, internet, cable, security alarms. Infrared light only functions through line of sight, whereas radio waves can effectively be used from a long distance. A remote control uses infrared light to change your channel on your TV, while radio waves are used to receive TV shows. If you want to communicate through the use of infrared technology, you will not be regulated. However, if you want to operate a radio station, you must obtain an FCC license. According to the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, devices used to detect infrared light and radio waves are designed differently because the wavelengths differ. So that's crazy though, man, how the government will control your use of the fucking nature and shit.
Yeah.
You should be able to just get you a quick. I know they got the frequency range, so you're supposed to be able to park that, like a web page, but that's fucked up though. Gotta get permission from the government to do what's in nature.
Same with sound too.
Yeah, TV and shit. That's crazy. This is just some more shit on that to show that other people say the viral Mars Perseverance rover video going around is fake. And they admit that it was fake, but they shouldn't have made it fake. But a lot of the shit from NASA is fake. And that's for real. Now the question is the entire shit fake? that's what we're trying
They
to
won't disclose that. They plead the fifth.
Yeah, they never will. What was this long range Wi-Fi? I basically put that out there I was gonna go into it, but I just read the waves. Basically, you know how it is with your Wi-Fi. You can't, once you leave your house. I mean, now me, I got a stronger Wi-Fi now. Wi-Fi 6. So I can walk out the door and it will be on. I'll still have a signal on my phone. Yeah. But once I walk, let's say about 10 feet from the door, it's out of there. It's off. But it's still strong enough to penetrate the front door, though. So that's That's decent. But again, if we talking, you just saw.
Wi-Fi from miles, millions of miles away
Yeah, I mean, if it's like
on
that,
another fucking atmosphere.
I'm saying if it's like that, man, my God. I mean, everything should be perfect. There should be no need for
Yeah.
5G.
And
Shit.
speaking of which, you remember those cars, those those toy cars where you use a remote control
Yeah,
and they stop powering when you drive it off too far from your remote control.
yep. See, now
Why
I
don't
never
they
had.
have any technology for that?
Yeah, and those drones, because that's one thing I was looking at. Those drones can go high, but
Yeah.
I keep looking at the range from your communications from thing to the drone, and they do have fall off points. So I'm like, okay, well, if it gets out of range and it falls in the wrong direction, the way the prime signal is coming from, do you just lose your drone? I mean, how does that work? Because I see people flying them pretty high, you know.
Yeah, and into other countries, by the way.
Yeah, and that's how some people getting their news. Because I was watching now, like you know how if there's a body somewhere and the police try to block off the place,
Yeah.
the news they'll use drones to see everything on top. That's clever. You see people use videos on YouTube to get skyline shots and city shots and shit with drones, and does make for some spectacular videos. I'll give you that. But see how the communication works. This man said that they were going on the moon. I ain't trying to be funny, but I guess I am. The only one that got on the moon, they shot his ass on the moon. That's what they did. Shit. Now, these guys claim they've been on the moon.
He's some bullshit
Hoaxes.
artist.
I hate to say it because I did watch the video. So YouTube removed so many realistic videos. They call them, what do they call them now? I forgot the name. Hoax videos or
Matter of fact, speaking of which,
conspiracy
are those
videos.
suits really radio heat wave resistant?
I heard people say those suits do nothing. And I'm starting to think maybe they might be right, man. They might be right. They just
Like,
might
have
be.
they tested it with like a flamethrower or something, or putting something next to a microwave or something like that?
I know one thing, like people point out, the suits have not changed. You know how technology changed? You think of
As a matter of fact,
1969.
how does a fish bowl stop you from getting irradiated? You put glass in a microwave, your ass is cooked.
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to. I guess it's coated. It's supposed to work the same way as sunglasses, but it's supposed to be higher powered. I guess. But see,
What kind of technology?
that's the thing. These spacesuits basically look the same today. That's 1969, and keep in mind when they developed all these technologies, this was shit that had to have been developed at least in the 1950s. And
Shit,
then
and
once you
then
get
people
into the
be incorporating like cybernetics into that shit. Like
and once
nothing has really changed.
But once you get into the 1940s, you're getting that's after the rocket age. That's the beginning of the rocket age, the 1940s, or you could say the late 30s. They have accelerated things greatly from a few rockets to rocket jet fighters into going into space or into orbit from there, and then space from there. And I guess 20 years time. So things accelerated quickly. So now these spacesuits. I mean, how come that's what people point out. How come these things haven't been modernized? We're in 2021. Matter of
Shit,
fact,
the things wouldn't even be bulky. That shit would be thin and made out of fucking titanium or some type of polymer or some shit.
now this says current. I don't know which one I'm going to get is real. You know how these people do. Current spacesuits won't cut it on the moon, so NASA made new ones. Those are from 1960s. Is this the new one? 2007. Looks
That
pretty
shit look hella bulky.
looks pretty similar to the 1960s.
Nothing's really changed.
So what do they have now? It looks the same, man. This shit look like some shit from the you seen in the 70s or some shit like that.
On a low budget Cronenberg movie.
See, that's the
Shit.
thing. Now, you look at matter of fact, let me just do this real quick. What do you call that shit? Now look at that.
Yeah, that diving suit.
But see, these are changed to a degree compared to these kind from back in the day. 18. I think they had these in the
That
1800s.
Scooby Doo diving shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's like 1800s something.
yeah. Here we go. Damn, this looks like almost. I tell you, man, it almost looks like George Lucas may have gotten sand people from this design, right?
Probably.
Look at that's the first thing that popped into my mind. Sand people. But see, they had that shit way back in the days, man. That's something though. But it goes to show they have somewhat modernized. So these are advancing, and when you see shit advancing, you know what that means, right? It means that they're actively doing it. They keep exploring the deep sea. That's what it means. But when you don't see any advancement in spacesuits, that to me tells me that they're not actively exploring space.
Exactly. Because
Why
you
else
be
would you?
seeing military grade, like, cybernetics coming up out of a thin ass suit and shit. Like they be showing you in the Black Panther and all that other shit.
Yeah, because the whole goal of technology, especially when it comes to suits, they want it to get lighter and have more mobility. And
I be seeing shit on YouTube with people using like random designs, like you 3D print and make interesting shit that NASA could do.
yep, so you see, I guess it's supposed to be some type of video game or fantasy stuff, but this is the kind of shit that people look towards, you know.
Yeah.
And look at that. That's a modern diving suit, abyss diving suit. They say I don't know if that's from a movie or not, but
White folks literally out here trying to make Iron Man suits and they ain't done nothing with the astronaut suit.
yep, this is one people seeing a lot. This type.
Yeah.
This is deep sea deep sea
Navy
diving suit.
SEALs.
Damn, that shit didn't come in clearer, but here we go. And look at that. Doesn't that look high tech, or to a degree, or at least modern
To a
anyway?
degree, modern, a little bit modern, but it looks like early 2000s type.
I don't know if this is real or model, but whatever the case is, that shit looks more modern. Is what I'm saying. I guess that was real then. Look at that. Cameras and everything. Where are the spacesuits at? See, now, I'm sorry, but that's something that you got to address.
They full of shit.
Because you can't, there's no way how. And the other thing, too, I think, didn't they just end the space shuttle program?
I think so.
And why would they do that? Because wasn't that supposed to be more modern than a rocket? Let's see. Yeah, duration 72 to 2011. Now, this is supposed to have been more modern. And you see the Space Force shit that they just came out with. That's some more shit to try and sell your ass on the aliens that they want to put on Space Force. And these were old shuttle concepts.
Shit, if them aliens were real, they were already showed up.
Yep. But That's what they keep pushing. That's why they keep planting the seeds. People talking about aliens, and yeah, they're already out there. Well, I tell you what. If they are bold enough to go and say an alien invasion is coming, I'm gonna say, man, take me to a motherfucking alien, and produce one. If it's like God and all that kind of stuff, you got to use your imagination. I'm
You
not
gotta
buying
put the aliens on trial too.
the fun, you know.
My family should have put the aliens on trial.
The funny part is when that Sister Noble had that book, she put God on trial, but she said the aliens were real.
And the Anunnaki, yeah, put the Anunnaki on trial too.
Ancient aliens flying through outer space looking to impregnate other beings and shit. I mean, shit, man.
Raping apes and creating humans.
Is that the story of aliens? Is that the story of aliens?
What, the movie Aliens?
Yeah, is that the story? They come from outer space trying to get people pregnant?
Yeah. Basically,
Okay.
they try their eggs with vagina crabs. They attach their clitoris to your mouth and then shove an egg down your throat and then fall off and die and then create a hybrid between that creature and a human.
You know what, man? I got my little Amazon back for the month. So I'm watching Kung Fu again. I was watching something called The Buddha Assassinator. That was the one I started watching about the guy eating the dogs and shit. This shit was funny. He saved the prince. It was kind of funny comedy, too, at the same time. The prince was like, you need anything, whatever you want, since you helped me out. Whatever you want. He's like, can I have that dog? They didn't say what happened to the dog. They just never showed the shit again.
What's this movie name?
It's called The Buddha Assassinator, 1979.
The Buddha Assassinator? Who's in it? Is it like a recognizable face?
It looks like a bottom rung kung fu movie. The guy who played the prince, I think I've seen his face before. The guy who played the, you know how they always got that drunken bummy monk?
Yeah.
I seen him before. He was in some of those Bruce Lee movies, the Three Avengers, I think it was called. The guy with the missing tooth.
Yeah.
He's nice though. My man is nice. It was alright, but nothing I would add to the collection. So because I got the Amazon back, you know, for some odd reason I like this 1950s and 60s sci-fi movies, man. I don't know why, but for some reason I was shocked and amazed at the technology that they had, because I was under the impression that they didn't have nothing. But when you watch them, I'm like, God damn, man, I didn't know they had shit like that. The shit was fairly convincing. You knew the shit was fake, but it was still convincing enough that if I was a little kid in the 1950s, I would feel like I got some good shit to watch.
It do. Especially that stop motion stuff.
Yeah, and they even had nice transparency special effects. But see, I'm showing this to show you that it's like a Ku Klux Klan out of space team. But I'm showing you, see, the creativity in the uniforms. See, this shit look like, this shit like some 1950s shit. See, from these movies to NASA spacesuits,
they look more modernized than the shit we got. Shit, look how sleek that shit is.
Matter of fact, this shit right here looks a little more modern. Even the breathing apparatus and shit, Yeah. The antenna and shit. Spaceships look more modern too.
It's spherical and shit.
But see, there wasn't much of an evolution in these things. But these movies, man, I guess they call these guilty pleasures. Look at these suits. See?
You
They all
got
look,
different colors and shit.
see, they all look
They're like
similar.
winter coats and shit. Yeah, at least they got to the level of designing like astronaut suits that look like goddamn winter coats.
This is called Among Us, huh? My God, a black man. My God, a black man in the 1950s movie. Yeah, I seen that guy in some of those 60s and 70s shits.
They look
No,
tight
he was.
though.
Yeah, he was in a Star Trek movie. Shit, Gucci should come out with some shit like this.
Burberry, Gucci.
My man right here, you take the helmet off, you never know what you might have, you know? make a coat out of that.
Shit, Kanye. Nah, he fucked that shit up.
Yeah, but you see how the space suits all look similar to NASA. And not, this is crazy right here. Superhero type shit, but nothing different, nothing drastically different. This one, I forgot the name of this shit. The fuck was the name of this one? What's the name of that movie? This shit is one of the most popular. Huh? Oh, the Forbidden Planet. That's what it was. Now, that was actually good. That one has some good special effects. To my surprise.
So the robot.
Damn, this shit right here look crazy as hell. Is there some brains eating the man up?
Brains.
1950s sci-fi, man. This is why, I guess this is why I watch these shits, because these shits are crazy, huh? Look at this shit. Damn. Smoking Frankenstein, huh? But my point is showing all this are the suits. It's the same concept. Nothing has changed. And same thing with this. Since same concept.
Mysterio, yeah.
They fucked that movie up too, by the way.
Yeah, they did. Used to make a goddamn live action Spider-Bird.
Aren't they coming out? I heard they're coming out with this, and they're coming out with a Snake Eyes movie. I heard. Supposed to be some G.I. Joe. Oh, man, did it already come out? Damn.
Really?
Yeah, you're right. They ruined that, man. Those movies were horrible. But see, this is the other thing I was talking about too with the space shuttle stuff. You know, it's supposed to be. See, the interesting thing about the space shuttle looks like a basic airliner, modified, of course. And it's supposed to land back on its own. See, this one, we know how it gets back on its own. But obviously, to take off, where's that good image? Here we go. It needs these gigantic rockets with this gigantic fuel depository. That's the interesting thing about it.
And then they just drop it off into space.
Yep. I never read about where these things end up falling to, but all that fuel, that's a lot of money.
All that metal is a lot of money.
Yep. And that goes into orbit, but it doesn't go to the moon. Keep that in mind. And it probably can't go to the moon.
And then it drops off some little shit off onto a planet.
And then once it did whatever the experiments they did in orbit, they don't leave. That's the key thing with the Van Allen belts. They don't leave the Earth because they would die. That's why they go into orbit. And then when they're done, then these propellers just propel them right down to Earth, and they control it like a plane. That's why they use the Air Force guys. Now, what's that one? Now, these are the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, the guy that some other guy I was dealing with, he told me about these when we were talking about flat Earth and outer space and all that shit. Then he brought up the Van Allen belts, and then he took it back after I looked into it and realized, oh, with these Van Allen belts, that means we're actually trapped here.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, he wanted to back walk that. I'm like, why are you trying to get off that now? You're the one who told me about it.
It's almost like the sky is falling.
Yeah. I said, oh, I think they want to lie to us because he was military too, by the way. I think they want to lie to us because once you realize you can't get off of this place, if you do try, you die.
Yeah, you be roasting.
That means that people are going to realize, damn, I can't look into the sky for any help. I got to deal with whoever the hell is oppressing me right here. That's what they don't want you to think. But look at all this radiation.
Now, how do you expect somebody to survive the Van Allen belt wearing some shit like you just showed? A bunch of cloth, some thick cloth, and a fish bowl.
And they say this is a lab simulation of Van Allen belt's influence on the solar wind. You die, so you can't get off of it, and that's why people say that the moon landing was a bunch of bullshit, and that's why people can't go to other planets. That's why they haven't traveled to Jupiter or Mars.
Yeah, with the Van, doesn't Mars got a Van Allen belt? How the fucking a damn drone get through that shit?
Now, see, they say that's the thing. Machinery is supposed to get through them because they're not alive, but heavy duty radiation should distort and if not destroy the electronics in it. So, it is what it is. So these are things to think about when we want to know if they can get to Mars and remote control the shit from so long away. I mean, if you can control items on Mars, then how come people had to go into the space shuttles? How come you just couldn't put them out there and control everything from here?
Matter of fact, on the movies, they show you people on the satellite in space. How come the Van Allen belts don't harm them?
Yeah. I mean, look at that. Look how big they are.
So who the fuck can be up there repairing a satellite?
Matter of fact, let me, how dangerous, let me look at how dangerous they are. Matter of fact, somebody asked, can we make it through? That's a better question, too. Let's see. How NASA worked around Earth's radiation belts to land. Come on. To land. Here we go. To land
the Apollo 11 on the moon.
This year, 2019, commemorates the 50th anniversary of one of humanity's most incredible achievements thus far. If true, that might be the most incredible achievement, if you ask me.
Yeah. Because you got to have the technology. What kind of technology or polymer or metal are you using to reflect the radiation from burning these people up live like a fucking Christmas goose?
Yeah, it seems like it would be more than what they have here. But they say it landed on a natural satellite. They say on July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11 landed on the natural satellite, which is the moon, broadcast a live view. So that's another thing. They said it was live, but some people said it was recorded. They had proof of that it was fake. But I saw a video on it. British people, for some reason, a lot of these conspiracy videos come from British people. I noticed too.
Yeah.
But that's another thing, how they get a live transmission in 1969 from the moon. But like I said, they did
In
have satellite
color.
TV. Yeah,
And in
crazy.
color.
They say yet there are still doubts these days that humans actually achieved this feat. For example, the following question appeared on Quora in August 23rd, 2018. When
Matter of
will
fact,
the
they had color technology during Hitler.
yeah
Why
before
they
that?
showed everything in black and white.
It's easy to fool people. They said,
Yeah.
when will the existence of the Van Allen belt and our inability to penetrate its harsh radiation with today's technology force NASA to admit it faked the moon landing? What surrounds the Earth? Some people believe we never went to the moon because of the existence of the Van Allen radiation belts. The idea is that any astronauts en route to the outer space has to pass through these belts, and in doing so, they will receive a lethal dose of radiation. These belts are the result of the Earth's magnetic field working like a magnetic trap or an accelerator, confining the particles of the solar, mostly wind, and sometimes accelerating them on their orbits within the belts to the early speed of light, to nearly the speed of light. These belts are shaped like two nested donuts. Their sizes change depending on solar activity and sometimes on how we model them. The inner belt starts at an altitude of 6,600 to 1,600 kilometers according to different sources and extends to 9,600 to 13,000. The average range of the outer belt varies from 13,000 to 19,000 to about 40,000. There's a gap between these belts called the slot region, which is generally devoid of energetic particles. Sometimes a third transient appears in this region. Geosynchronous communication satellites orbit just inside the outer edge of the radiation belt. And the low Earth orbit, where the International Space Station and the Hubble telescope are. It is just below the inner edge of the belt. The radiation belts are not the only structure surrounding the Earth. Starting at about 1,000 kilometers at the very edge of the inner radiation belt and partially pushing into the outer belt, there's a cloud of charged particles called the plasmasphere. This is yet another layer of protection Earth has against space radiation. Electrons nearly at light speed in the outer belt move laterally along the magnetic fields around the Earth. The plasmasphere phenomenon called the plasmaspheric hiss, which is a very low frequency electromagnetic waves, prevents them from moving down closer to the Earth. This hiss results in a part of the atmospheric lighting and in other parts from grounding the transmitter communicating with submarines. The electrons in the outer belt can move into the slot region only when the sun produces a strong solar storm or coronal mass ejection. When they do that, the third belt appears. This is the Earth's plasmaspheric and far ultraviolet taken from the moon by Apollo 16. The story of how these belts were discovered is equally, if not true. Okay, we get the idea now. Now let's talk about. That's what they seem to be. It looks like they. Okay, here we go. Radiation risk in outer space. Outside Earth's magnetic field, there are about 10 to 20 protons per cubic centimeter, traveling about 400 to 650 kilometers a second. For approximately 5 days in each of its orbits, the moon is inside Earth's geomagnetic tail, where there are usually no particles from the solar wind. For another approximately 5 days, the moon is in its magnetosheath, where the particle flux is reduced and protons are slower, moving at 250 to 450 kilometers per second. We were able to obtain these continuous measurements using the solar wind spectrometer that the Apollo 12 left behind on the moon. Okay, so they left something on the moon. Okay. Look how big this shit is. God damn. It remains possible for astronauts to be affected by solar storms. Let me just get to this shit. The Apollo crew have received whatever that is on average. REM stands for Roentgen Equivalent Man. I don't know what that is. To compare, one CAT scan delivers about 1 REM. To kill an adult human, you have to deliver 300. So they're trying to say the crew had less than 1. So it's very safe. if there had been a solar snow. I don't know. Let me see. How dangerous are the Van Allen belts? Because they didn't really get into that. I don't want to look at NASA. Let's look at somebody else. The inner belt, blah, 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 the outer belt. The adoration belts typically, blah, 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 blah. Okay, it seems like NASA doesn't want to answer that. But the bottom line is they say that no living thing, not just man, no living thing, can survive these belts.
Now, how the hell did they get to the moon?
They claim that they went in between.
In between where? Explain.
You gotta read that on your own. That's
in between goddamn Van Allen belt if it's all radiation everywhere.
Yeah, that's what they claim. They claim they left the indicator on the moon. That's what they claim.
Shit. Are those astronaut suits also radiation suits?
It's supposed to be, but I don't know if they're strong enough for that. Because
is it strong enough for something like Chernobyl?
It's supposed to be. I mean, if it's like even the sun, because you're in space, you're supposed to be getting that raw radiation in space, direct beams from the sun. So, I mean, I personally don't believe that. I see. Look at this space shuttle. I know these black tiles under here. They're supposed to repel the heat as it comes back into the atmosphere. So they have things. I'm not saying they don't have technology. They do have technology. And I can agree that the space shuttle goes into orbit and goes back down to the Earth.
But how far does it go?
But even this can't get the big shot, the full shot of the Earth, because it's not far enough away from the Earth to get a whole picture of the Earth. Only where it's at. That's why when they do show you pictures from, they call it space. When they show you pictures from vessels in orbit, they only show you the surface of a planet, or they'll show you how the continents look, but they won't show you the whole planet. And that's where and because of that, that's where you get these so-called flat earthers coming in and saying, see, they never show it. They'll show shit like this. But you raised a good point. Who's taking that picture?
Who's getting out of this shuttle, this capsule on this drone and shooting his footage? And when that person be just randomly floating in like the atmosphere.
And take note of the size of these solar panels. This is the space shuttle. Look at these solar panels.
It's like a building.
That's bigger than the space shuttle. I know they probably, if they got them up there piece by piece, right? Now you look at that. That's just to communicate. And you see the Earth is supposed to be right there. That's to communicate right there. Now you got Mars. You got shit that ain't even protruding from the vessel. They're trying to tell you they remote controlling that shit with an 8-minute transmission rate from at least 34 million miles away.
So that's like you trying to get a radio transmission out to California.
Yep.
Or China with a primitive ass radio.
You look at your car. You got your radio antenna, and usually older cars have the actual antenna sticking out to communicate and get the radio stations. Then they put the antenna in the back window, integrated with the glass.
Unless they dropping checkpoints or like satellite stations on the way to Mars, ain't no way.
Yep. Now, if you want satellite, you gotta have that satellite antenna on the top of the car. My point is, in order to get the communication stronger and better, the antennas grow. So how the hell does the rover practically have nothing? that's the part that got me thinking the most about that shit.
Remote control a million miles away.
34 million.
34 million.
So the space shuttle, they ended this program.
Shit, how long is an LED light?
The who?
The infrared light that controls that shit.
Well, that one that doesn't even. It's the radio waves, not the infrared on that one. See, they end this. This was supposed to have been an example of the modern space age. You know, where you had ships, and from this, you're supposed to get into ships that can launch itself without the need for those boosters. You know, but yet,
what is that? A tank?
I think that's the thing that runs the things into place. Call it the transporter to put the transport the shit. Space shuttle shit in the rockets. Now, that's the thing. See, what everybody expected after the space shuttle was ships similar to a space shuttle. Matter of fact, I think these up here, shit like this, these were the concepts that they can just take off on their own.
Like the Nostromo or some shit.
Yeah.
Or the Enterprise.
Yeah, take off on their own.
Or the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, yeah. take off on their own, get to where they're going to, and then come back. That's supposed to be the next
and
one.
Light speed at that. Where the hell they get light speed from?
But yet,
how much oil do you need to get light speed?
Yeah, you would think they would be nuclear powered at least. But see, that's the thing.
And how many nukes do you need to get to light speed?
And if you want to get into some conspiracy theories, Illuminati type stuff, I mean, you could say, look at the logo, look at the shape. Same thing with this one. You know,
Space Force.
Sound like some G.I. Joe or some video game type.
That's a chevron. That's a fucking chevron.
Mm-hmm. You could also call it a pyramid too.
Yeah.
But again, they end that. But yet, where's the evolution? See, in other words, they don't have the space shuttle program. But watch this. Who was the last? I think it was. I think it was this. The Elon Musk rocket. Now now this is not an evolution right here.
That made me think of that shitty car that he came out with. Like a damn child's drawing.
Now, we're in 2021. You saw, matter of fact, let me do this. They were talking about the Apollo 11. Matter of fact, let's do the 12. Shit. Let's do the 12. That's supposed to be a little newer. All right, come on, man. Come on. Here we go. 1960s. This was the technology. This is the same basic format. You know how big all this shit is? Oh, that's crazy, though. But this is the same basic concept. What was the name of that rocket that Hitler had? Was it the M1 or some shit like that?
What did the Soviets have?
Yeah, I think it was the
The
M1.
Sputnik, something like that.
I just put it rocket, I guess. Okay, they reproduced this shit. Goes to show how much they admired them. There we go. See, same basic concept from the 30s to the 60s to now. And the space shuttle was the only one that looked different. But they ended that and they didn't move forward. I mean, I don't get it. Do you get it?
No.
Because, you would think that in order, that's why I don't believe nuclear weapons are what they are. I mean, I believe they're real, but I don't believe they could be deployed through missiles like they claim. Because I never saw one detonated via missile on YouTube or anywhere else. I never heard of one being detonated via missile. Only dropped from planes
Yeah.
and shot through artillery. And the one shot through artillery is smaller.
Yeah, like launched up into the air and it lands on a city.
Never seen that. Now, that's the nuclear. Conventionals, we've seen conventional warheads launched from remote locations and hit cities. We've seen that. But as far as the nukes go, I don't know. But see,
From a bunker, yeah.
this is the evolution. Now watch this. The Nazis, man, they had that technology for your ass, though. Now here you go, jet fighters from the early days. You see the constant evolution. See, every time you look at certain things, you see the evolution. Because they're constantly working on these things and utilizing them. That's why you keep seeing new shit, new designs. Damn, that shit right here, this shit look like something serious. See what this shit is all about. Come on. Oh, this is from 2019. Let's see, the F-21 would be developed for Indian Defense Forces, built in India. Damn. That's how they doing it? Lockheed Martin? I'm sure it's not the full design that they would have for this one. Damn. Oh, the Indians had Soviet fighter craft. Damn. That shit looks serious. But who are they planning on fighting? China? Look at that. That's modern. All these. See, my point is, as you can see, you look at jet fighters, you see some new designs that fit with the times, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to damn, this shit right here, god damn. Oh, that's Japan? Oh, shit. You know they got high technology.
Like the X-Jet.
God damn. That's the kind of shit I expect from the Japanese. God damn. Plans to build one of the worst, most sophisticated jet fighters.
What was that, a Blackbird or some shit?
Let's see. They say 20 aircraft designed to take over the country's critical air defense. Let's see. Fiscal year. See, they build their own shit. It's blah, blah, blah. They call it the FX. They say blah, blah, blah. Features touted by Jim, blah, blah, blah. Ability to sync missile targeting between multiple aircraft, known as integrated fire control or network shooting. That shit like video games.
Yeah.
Internal weapons bay, like those seen in F-22. Use of thrust vectoring nozzles, devices that use the engine's thrust to turn more sharply. Damn. See, they make their own. See, the Japanese have been kind of meek after those nuclear bombings, but trust me, they got nuclear weapons, and they got some weapons. They build their own shit. And they got high technology. Yeah, those look powerful.
It's just that they ain't got the morale like North Korea or China.
Oh, no, they got the morale. It's just that they got to lay low, man. Because after that imperial days and those nuclear bombs, they had to be humble. Yeah. You know? Damn. So they got, I already know, man. They always got the capabilities doing shit. That's why China still won't fuck with Japan today, because they already know not to fuck around.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me just look at Japanese guns. See, damn, Uzi knockoff, huh?
Mm.
That looks pretty interesting. See, this is the thing. This is another example of what I was talking about. Even the Japanese, even though they haven't really been at war, they continue to
To
modernize.
craft weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Yeah, this shit look like some good shit. Looks like it's based off of some U.S. models, but look better than what the Chinese have. See, that's why you don't want to fuck with the Japanese, man. Countries like the Japanese and the UK, the French, they used to go on a war. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I put something up on the thing. Let me see what I have up here. Come on. Oh, I gotta log in. Fuck it. It was about what do you call it? The British Army deploying in Asia. 420 ships going out Asia.
Is it during the Boxer Rebellion?
Huh?
Boxer Rebellion?
Nah, they're just trying to flex, really. To remind people that the British are about that.
Mm-hmm.
I said, why they want to start doing that shit now? And going around China in particular. But as far as the space thing, again, this is a key point. They failed to build upon all this. If they really went to the moon, you think about this. Mars, the moon, you would think that, okay, you build upon all this, just like when they started invading countries, this country or this land or any other land. You know, they start off small, go to Virginia, Massachusetts. The next thing you know, they're penetrating the whole Northeast, then going out to the West and just conquering. They didn't stop.
Yeah.
But with the space program, for some odd reason, they didn't feel that it was important to keep on going. Which to me, it tells me a lot. Because I'm sure everybody expected high technology by this time in outer space. But let's see. Now these images right here appear to be legit. I mean, you can make anything on a computer, but they look like they're legit to me. They're calling it Mars. Impact crater on Mars. And that shit looks just like what it is. It's just the same concept as a gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
Another crater. That's very, very, very clear. Let's see how big this gets. Oh, that's it. So I don't, as far as them going to showing satellite images and stuff like that, telescope images, that part I don't doubt. I guess this is how they piece it together. But as far as that remote control shit,
It's a crock of shit.
I can't get with that. And how do they know for sure that whatever they build will withstand whatever this is past existence of water? How do they know whatever they build will withstand whatever is going on there because they don't know what the hell they might run into? They say this looks like it could have been worm-like fossils. But I mean, even if there were life on Mars, matter of fact, let me look at that shit again. I'm looking. See, when I look at this, I'm looking to see if I see something that's different from here. Unfortunately, I don't. I guess that's what I want to see. But I think, come on. Who's this guy? Galileo. All right, so I think get back to this. I think I'll put the thing in the chat in case anybody wants to get on. I think it's more or less been proven that this shit doesn't pass the test. The Hubble telescope, I've seen images of that in the past, so I'm convinced of that. Still don't know why they have to send out another one, but to me, if the transmissions are so clean and clear from Mars to Earth, why don't they send a Hubble telescope to orbit Mars?
Yeah.
Then you can see some shit that you never saw before, you know? I mean, come on. Now, Joseph of Israel says planets don't exist, in my opinion, at least not how we've been told. Yeah, I think, you know, they always got to hold some stuff back, though. One thing we know, not fake, is the planets. Get a telescope and see for yourself. Yeah, I agree. Same could be said of the moon. Yeah, that's why I had to get a telescope. I had to see it for myself. Because you can see pictures, but I'm like, I got to see it for myself. Now, you remember flat earthers. I forgot to do the prime cuts on that when we had that flat earth guy on here. When he was trying to say the moon was flat, too. And I said, man, people get people got their telescopes, so I mean, you can't tell people that it's flat if you go get a telescope.
Man, we on a disc, man. We on a floating disc. Okay, what about hills and mountains, bro?
I grew up with telescopes. Planets look like lights over water. Lights over water. I don't get that. Earth, here we go. I knew somebody had to come in with that.
Flat, we already know.
But what about Mars's moons? Those weren't flat.
No, they crack rocks.
Neptune and Jupiter have those large storms. Just got in the room. What's good, Alquanr? What up, chat? What's the current subject about? Whether or not that Mars rover, I don't know how long. Oh, this was sent at 7:37. Damn, it's 8:30 now. So
it's 9:27 here.
Oh, yeah, 9:28. I'm sorry. Damn, so I'm sure he knows what it's about by now. But we should also never drop a call. Yeah. I was thinking about moving from Seattle to New Hampshire, Vermont. I got to get out of the city metroplexes. I need land. Shit. I drove through Vermont while going up to, or coming from Montreal. And I came back that way because I wanted to see Vermont. Vermont is a scary looking state because that shit is fucking, you know, like his name says, Green Mountains. It's just fucking green and scary looking. Stopped off at a gas station.
The Appalachian is just that, right?
I was like that?
Yeah, it is. Nothing but green.
Yeah, that shit was scary as fuck. Seeing that shit. But I stopped off at a gas station. I was surprised. They don't really have too many cities or towns and stuff, you know? People just like living off the land. So
yeah, that's like most of the eastern seaboard when you go out into the country and you take long ass trips.
So I went there, you know, there ain't no black people. I'd be shocked if there's black people.
Yeah, there ain't no black people. That's the thing. You
So
run into Confederate territory, you find Klan flags and shit like that.
So they staring at me. I knew that they were thinking, yeah, well, I know he's just passing through. But I said, shit, coming from Canada, I didn't get any gas. Into Vermont, I didn't get any gas, and I
What
said to
about
myself,
Detroit? Have you been to Detroit?
only on a flyover. That's about it.
Mm.
So,
I've drove. Oh well, not drove, but I was on an entrepreneur bus going to Motown.
oh,
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't mind checking that out.
Oh, it's fun.
But I mean, places like that, man, I can't imagine a black man living there. But I say check it out first. You know what I mean? Smack the side of your TV if you're on Mars.
The bunny ears.
The creatures in that ocean will tear you up. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Even the ones that's not way down there. Shit. Shit, those sharks, man. That shit is nothing but fucking muscle and teeth.
Yeah. Not even just sharks, some orcas. You got killer whale orcas. You got like fucking all types of shit.
What's going on, JTF? JITF?
Joseph of Israel, True for Troll. What's good, man?
Oh, okay. Oh, my man, I knew identity. Okay. What's up, man?
What's good? Nah. Like, I did that a long time ago because you had gave advice to, like, in the show and shit. You was just talking. I was like, yeah, man, that's probably why everybody kicked my ass out and shit. But nah, I was saying, when we grew up with telescopes, when you look at a real planet in a telescope, it looked like if you put a flashlight over a swimming pool. That's what that shit looked like. Like how you got it's not like how like the shit looked like a basketball in a cartoon and shit. But yeah, that's what I was saying. But man, what's good, man?
We just had to explore this issue, man, because it's been all over the place, and I was just like, some shit just seemed too good to be true.
I mean, shit. Anytime NASA get like what $50 million a day or some shit from our money, taxes wise, I think it's something to explore in, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything get cut, but NASA never come up in the presidency run. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gonna check on these. You know, you should be able to get a return on your investment, man. That's expensive.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm all for science and and space exploration, but I mean, if you can't do it, because I mean, you
the
don't
shit
see
don't even look evolved, you know.
Yeah, and not only that, NASA was first introduced. The whole idea of what they show us as outer space was introduced in the 1950s by Walt Disney. He was the first person to ever introduce the shit. Then he said they was working on it for years. The first
I thought it was universal.
Yeah, the first astronaut. Look it up, man. Outer space was introduced by Walt Disney, not as far as wondering what is out there looking into the sky. I'm talking about what we see as TV images today were all designed by Walt Disney. Anything you see in a movie, the first astronaut was Mickey Mouse. I mean, Buzz Aldrin looked just like Buzz Lightyear.
damn.
You know? Like,
Man, probably named that thing.
I'm just putting that out there. But yeah, Walt Disney introduced that shit.
Yeah, as far as technology to make space look real, I think the first movie that people credit with having that look is that 2001, Space Odyssey.
I thought it was like the intro to like Universal horror movies, like when they show the globe and that little airplane flying around the planet. I thought that was the first.
The funny part about 2001: A Space Odyssey, that was 1969. George Lucas got his influence from that movie that made him say he can do Star Wars, and that's supposed to be for a vision of 2001. Here we are in 2021, and shit still ain't like that.
Yeah, I mean, we went from regular TVs to flat screens to Blu-ray, and they ain't upgraded the ship that went to the moon yet.
Yep.
And how did they make it past that Xander belt? That's what I want to know, man. Whatever they call that shit.
Yeah, the Van Allen.
Yeah, the Van Allen belt. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't know why I get Xander belt sound better than
It does.
NASA had an explanation. They said they went through some gaps in the belt.
Where's the gaps though?
They showed that there were gaps, but yet after
Can
you
you
get
see
after you
a
get past
gap through
when you get past the
radiation?
gap, you get to another belt.
Wait, hold on, wait. Can they see radiation?
Well, I guess with Van Allen, I guess he was the one who spotted it and mapped it out.
Yeah, because on one hand, space is pitch black. We have light
You
because of the
can't
sun.
see shit.
Now, listen
It's
to the
black.
game, Tyrone. Just listen to the game they run. On one hand, space is pitch black, right? Even though we got light from the sun while we trillions of fucking miles away, right? Yet, just listen to this shit, right? Yet, at the same damn time, ain't no oxygen in space. Yet, we need that shit for a fire down here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then they switch it up. But this what game come in, because on one hand, they'll teach that the sun is a big fireball, and on another hand, they'll teach that it's a big gas ball, because they gotta have two different stories to go with the lies. I'm just saying, like they do this shit.
And
And
on
then
Star
why ain't the
Wars,
lights on in space?
Like, yeah, like that was the point I was about to make. Why the lights? How is the sun shining, but it's pitch black?
I know it's a movie and everything, but you notice in Star Wars when they travel from planet to planet, you notice how most of the people never use masks. Very few characters use masks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, Darth Vader was ahead of the game when you think about it.
When
Lisa,
all the aliens can breathe other atmospheres.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I always said, man, that ain't right. At least on Star Trek, at least they had the excuse. Let's check the conditions to make sure we can breathe. Okay, we can breathe. Let's get out there. That's the excuse.
And they ain't worried about any bacteria and shit like that from foreign planets.
I
Yeah.
ain't worried about none of that. I went to therapy
Like
this morning.
Alien, like that. What's that? Prequel to Alien Isolation or Prometheus, where they had that black invisible shit that went up people's noses and made
Yeah,
a xenomorph.
I went to I went to therapy this morning, and the actual question on the computer is like, "Did you travel out of the country in the last 14 days?" And I asked the therapist, I'm like, "Yo, if that's the case, right? Like, if America got the highest corona rate, shouldn't I be safer if I travel
Make,
out?"
make, 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 make sure you say C.
Oh, see, oh my, oh
The
damn, they
beer
doing it like that.
virus.
Oh my bad.
The beer
They're doing it like that.
Damn, nigga, this is world news. This shit on every goddamn channel. Oh my bad, we can't talk about it. It gotta be scripted. All right, I'm
Yeah,
gonna call
yeah.
it the C shit. If it's all script, they gotta take that shit out of the show.
Oh, and don't forget, say COVID vaccine is reparations for black
No,
people.
don't say none of that.
Yeah, not with Kim.
It's the 40 acres and the mule.
Yo, when I heard Alquanr say, "I'm saying J's and G's, but I could say nigga all day." Yo, I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you can get arrested for saying for just pushing an Asian.
It's crazy. Like
They can say the N-word.
when I watch the Dan Calloway videos, it's a damn shame my man got to edit out certain words and shit. Innocent
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. And he like a straight. I give you credit for being like a how college should be, like a professor type shit. But Dan Calloway is like straight up like by the book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we might cuss and shit, but his shit is just like
Yeah.
damn. So yeah, anytime it's like that, damn. And certain people could just do what they do, and
Yep.
look at I was just explaining to somebody how your original channel got took down and everything. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and you wasn't even, I mean, shit, you wasn't even cussing back then, man.
Yeah. Well, that was taken down by Coons, false flagging.
Yeah.
But the videos that's been getting taken down lately, though, that's been getting taken down by YouTube,
Yeah, they've been on it.
which is crazy, man. And now more and more people are realizing that it's like communism, man. And but some people don't get this shit touched.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. The craziest thing is when my family come up to me saying certain names that I'm not gonna say, and they like pretty much dudes who can't stand your ass, and they like, yeah, but you need to check out this dude, man. He the truth, and I'm like, yo, is you serious with this? Like, but yeah. I've been going through that lately, but yeah, man, it's the whole. I mean, I feel like they lying about everything when they come to outer space, because that's the first fascination Like that's the first movie, in my opinion, what is out there. You know what I'm saying? And but that's, in my opinion, that's also the reason that we as so-called Americans never question what our tax dollars doing with NASA. That shit is never questioned. They get
Right.
more money than anybody that is never brought up in no election.
And then to make money to tell lies at that.
But I
Yeah,
think
but
I think
Tyrone, it's to the point where if NASA wasn't funded, you wouldn't even. I could actually say you would have no homeless in America. I could go that far.
but here's the
Yeah.
other thing too though. If they stop funding NASA, then people start asking questions. Okay, well maybe it's not needed, and if it's not needed, then what did it really accomplish in the past? Was it all fake?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like, I was studying an article that said 3 years ago, or maybe 4 or 5, we spent $1 billion on the DNA of bears.
You
Then
said
you gotta look at
DNA
the money that
affairs?
they, yeah, bears, the DNA of bears. Not to mention when they say that the bumblebees is going extinct, so they've been spending billions of dollars on that. Not to mention when you look at what is the importance of a fossil. Like I get the dinosaur thing, but when you look, if we talking about cutting back on expenses, you know what I'm saying? Like and I thought about this when I seen y'all talking about NASA. You know, like I feel like all of that shit should be taken. That's like spending money on NASA and fossils is like being married and y'all like trying to come up with $200 to pay the light bill, and your wife is spending money on a class to learn how to drive a Bugatti that y'all can't afford. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I'm down with NASA spending as long as it's going somewhere. If it's built on fraud, because you gotta keep in mind a lot of that shit was going down when it was the U.S. versus Soviet thing, so that's a propaganda thing, you know.
I mean, after this show, Alquanr, you just gave me a big reason to question NASA and what my taxpayer dollars doing going over there. I'm just saying. Shit, I mean, shit. This is some well
Bullshit jump like a helicopter. What's that thing? Or that little rover with all that shit on it that looked like it came out of a junkyard or was in an art museum.
Yeah, but they got better quality things. They actually have better quality in Star Wars. I could actually say that.
Yeah, the Star Wars shit. You know, they got shit that you like. Damn, I wish I had that shit.
Not even Star Wars anime, like sci-fi anime, like some Mobile Suit Gundam or what else they got? Shit, like mostly them robot cartoons, like Gigantor and shit, Mobile Suit Gundam.
Yeah, but this what playing with the mind. This is what playing with the mind comes into it. If I'm supposed, how am I supposed to believe that what I'm seeing in Star Wars is fake, and then look at a NASA spaceship as if it's real? When they are both 9 out of 10, I'm seeing them both at some kind of on some kind of TV screen, whether it be YouTube, Instagram, a movie, something like that, a documentary. You know, when in the same, if I do go to a NASA expedition, it's just gonna be a goddamn rocket launcher. And from what I've been studying, you could literally take an airplane and turn it to a rocket. That bitch will shoot straight up and come down eventually.
Yeah,
that's true. Check this out. Onyx Pond says I was watching Star Trek and realized there's no Latinos on the ship.
yeah, they don't never got no Native American Indians in that shit. They mostly got Africans, Asians, and Europeans. Always focus on the British.
Black people, the Klingons, there's Asians, Romulans, Vulcans, but no Latinos. So I always thought the Klingons were black too, like based on Arabs or Mongol. I think the Romulans, the Mongols, or something like that. Because they always want to go to war and stick together and all that kind of stuff. But it's funny though. But I think if they come out, I think they got Star Trek out now with that black lady. I'm sure they probably got a whole bunch of Mexicans on that one. You know.
You never see no Mexicans in space.
Yo, I got another question, Alquanr.
Yeah.
Oh, the only thing you got Indians in space is Brave Star. That's about it. Remember Brave Star?
Yeah.
Star Trek prequels had a couple.
Yo,
really?
Yeah.
On the topic of Star Trek.
Khan. Yeah, that's your Latino in Star Trek.
Oh yeah.
Shit, this be bothering me whenever Star Trek come up. All right, who was the man on Star Trek? Was it William Shatner or the bald head man from X-Men, Patrick Stewart?
I guess Patrick Stewart had a longer run at it, so. But obviously, every time people think Star Trek, they always think Captain Kirk first.
Yeah, that's what messed me up because I mean I was born in 1990, so when I was watching TV, I seen the bald head dude. It's Patrick Stewart, you know.
Yeah, Luke Picard.
Yeah. With the black dude with the visor.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? When I think about the original Star Trek, I always thought about some funny stuff, man. If it's funny, I don't know. But you call it racist, you call it what you want to call it. But I noticed that Captain Kirk was a captain, right?
Yeah.
He was in charge of the ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spock, he wasn't a captain. I don't know what his rank was, but he wasn't. He was below a captain, probably a lieutenant. And he was second in command, right?
Yeah, but he seemed smarter.
but Captain Sulu, he was a captain, right? He was working the fucking deck, taking orders and shit. I'm like, what the hell is this possible? That's what always bugged me out. I'm like, man, how come Captain Sulu is not equal with Captain Kirk? The fuck is a captain gonna take orders from another captain? Racist.
That pretty much is. Damn.
I never heard the actor even discuss that.
No, he didn't. As much as he talked about internment camp.
Shit.
My man says, I can't wait to settle on Mars so I get my Martian plantation popping. Buck breaking euros and slanging them on the auction block.
But nah, I was asking, man, if I'm supposed to be from Africa, how come I can't be listed as white, man? Why I can't?
They think you are white when you go to Africa. Most Africans call us a broody or some shit.
Some of the dudes blacker than me, man, get
Some
the
of
white on their shit. Some of them.
That's because they know your lineage.
Yeah.
Prison Planet. Seem like today, man, that's some people still talk about that Alex Jones. He's a coon agent. Agent. He's a racist.
Alex Jones, is he a coon now?
But that Prison Planet thing, though, I think he has a point because it definitely looked like we in a Prison Planet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I seen it was a movie like that. Some dude went out of space and got his ass locked up on some planet. The whole damn planet was a prison though. He wound up getting his ass up out of that though.
Was it Guardians of the Galaxy or something like that?
Nah, man, this way older than that. This was like it was an outer space movie, but they was in prison. Like the whole damn movie was prison. Yeah, shit was just out of space. He got his ass up out of that though.
Boris is asking me. I think he's talking about when we were talking about Vermont. Was that like the town and Get Out? Shit, matter of fact, where that shit take place? Upstate New York, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of similar when you go upstate New York. It's kind of like Vermont, but it's more populated.
Matter of fact, are you from Louisiana?
Yeah, I'm from Louisiana.
What do you know about voodoo? Because I was playing this. You heard of Mafia 3, right?
Yeah.
You know how Pan-Africans always go voodoo with African religion when most of that shit ain't even African at all.
Yeah,
like,
That is
Baron Saturday. Is that a part of the Orisha stuff? And where does Lolas come from?
I can't tell you a damn thing about voodoo other than these three things. Number one, it's been a certain group of black people that always did that shit. Number two, they always had beef with the black people that didn't. And number three,
Haitians?
That's when I was getting to the number three shit. You know what I'm saying? Number three is that From what I see, the shit was taught to a certain group of brothers over here by a certain group of brothers from over there. But when you really dig into that group of brothers from over there, even them niggas come their asses from over here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, other than
Yeah,
that, nah. I know it's real. It's very, 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 very real. Which is why,
yeah.
yeah.
So who mastered like the tetrodotoxin zombification stuff? Because they keep claiming like, oh, zombies is African. Yeah, the name is Nzambi Ngolo, but other than that,
Yeah.
zombification, that's something original to hear. And I was looking at like armor over there in Kiribati, like people of the Polynesian islands, and
Yeah.
they got like pufferfish helmets in there. That's like the only people that are like, besides the Japanese, are masters at tetrodotoxin.
Yeah.
So is any of that African, or like what do they say about that?
Well, like as far as that, and this not as this not even about Louisiana at this point. This when I go back to my understanding what a zombie actually is, that whole term comes from the spirituality of one group of people. And that spirituality is that what those people believe to be the life in them is the same life that was in him. Those who didn't have that life, even though they look like they breathing, even though they look like they walking, even though they look like they living, they actually dead. So that's
Hmm.
where the term living dead comes from. And it's Indians been saying that as far as you could go back. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because I was looking at this movie called, you remember Young Guns with Lou Diamond Phillips doing that peyote
Yeah. Lou
ceremony and
Diamond.
fitting
Yo,
his
that was
face
one of
like
my
Baron
favorite actors growing
70.
up, man. Lou
Yeah,
Diamond Phillips. Yeah, I used
yeah,
to like his movies. He wasn't the best, but damn it, I used to like him.
my man fell the fuck off, man. I don't know what the hell happened now.
Yeah, but in the 90s,
Yeah,
man, when you ain't got nothing to do at like 3 in the morning, a Lou Diamond Phillips movie come on, you watch the whole thing.
I only saw La Bamba. That's the only one I saw him.
Lil Bamba, you probably saw it. What's that high school movie he was in?
I
I
seen the
think
one where he had the
They're
girl.
talking about Cerro.
what's going on, Vanessa?
Do you know that the Mayans knew the concept of zero?
Oh
That
yeah.
one? Yeah, he was in that shit.
I was always wondering. I was like, damn, how's this guy named Lou Diamond Phillips? You know, that's what I kept always
Yeah,
asking
you
myself.
know. But they make him seem like he a whole Latino Mexican and shit like that.
I'm like, none of that name is Spanish, you know, unless it's Luis. That part.
Louis.
Damn.
Shit, he got that whole Jewish middle name.
Yeah, probably that is
He
probably what it
probably is
is.
a small head.
In fact, let
You
me look
never
that shit up
know.
because a lot of them are, man. A lot of them are mixed with it. I don't
So
know how
another
to.
thing about voodoo, do you know what a zimmy is?
A Zenny, as far as I know, that's
Zimmy.
oh
That's like a voodoo doll. They say it comes from like a voodoo doll, but it's actually an Arawak deity, like Jaru Khan or Atabey. It's similar
Yeah.
to what the Orishas are and shit like that.
Okay, shit. You teaching me some shit. Yeah, man. I
Have
didn't
you heard of a Rougarou?
Tyrone, I keep telling your ass I don't know no damn
You from
voodoo.
Louisiana?
That don't mean I
I'm
know
asking
voodoo.
you. Do you participate in the Mardi Gras Indian stuff?
Yeah, my family is some of the Mardi Gras Indians. Yeah, I could actually attest to
I
that.
know.
Blackfoot hunters, yellow Pocahontas. Yeah.
What? You know what? Lou Diamond Phillips' mother's Filipino and his father Scottish, Irish, Welsh, and English.
Well, guess what?
I
Guess
didn't know
what
he was half
Texas
white.
used to be called?
You know,
Guess
look
what
at you half
Texas
white.
used to be called? It used to be called New Philippines.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't know
Yeah,
that.
it was.
This Lou Diamond Phillips, this guy doesn't look like he's half white to me. He got to be lying on his bio, man. Something. Because I'm not seeing it, man. I can give
Yeah,
him
they
a.
don't talk about the Manila Galleons.
Damn.
My man worked a lot, though. Let's see, he got a resume
Yeah.
up here. I remember he had some TV series, but I forgot what the name of that shit was. But so they had him playing Indians a lot, Mongol style Indians and
Yep, and
Asians.
Latinos.
Yeah, And you know, guys like him, you know they want to play some white guys.
Yeah.
It's just hard to do. It's just like when I see, I got my Amazon back, just like I'm watching some Charles Bronson movies now. Because I hadn't realized Charles Bronson was out since the 50s, I think probably even the 40s, maybe. I don't know.
He was in some cowboy movies, I think. He was in like what's that? Lethal? No, not Lethal Weapon. Death Wish.
Yeah. And he was into some shit. I saw some shit he did from the early 60s. It was actually good, man. I said, damn, I didn't know my man was doing these kind of movies. Shit, from basically the beginning. Going around getting the guns and killing people in the early 60s and shit. On the run from the mob or some shit. That shit was good. I forgot the name of the shit, but it was good. It was kind of graphic, too, for the time, too, man. Early 60s.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, how violent? What did the gore look like? Was it
Violent
like
enough
today?
violent enough where he's taking guns and shooting people, and they're showing the shots, and he's going around, choking people to death and shit like that.
Oh, shit.
He's breaking into the big man's house. It was kind of deep for early. If it wasn't in black and white, you would swear, in the style, of course, you would swear it was something from the early 70s or something. It was strong. And what's going on, Vanessa? So his catalog is so long, man. I don't think I'll ever get through all his movies anytime soon.
No.
I'm gonna try though, man. I'm gonna try. I was in the movie middle of watching one of his. The shit is made by some Italians, and the shit was crazy. He started off speaking English, then they all speaking Italian. I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on here?
I've been working with an Italian lately. This dude got millions upon millions upon millions. And I asked him one of the things you said, if you ever get around, he was like, if you ever get around somebody with money, ask them how they got it. And the motherfucker told me hard work.
That's what they always say. Work
That's
hard.
all what they always say when they was doing that shit illegal.
They'll never tell you what it is or how to do it. And you ask them you say, hey man, you got it like that, man. Let me get 100,000. That'll change my life. They'll say, nah, man, but I'll tell you what, man. What you doing now? We can go to this restaurant. I'll buy you a meal. That's all they ever do. Buy you a fancy meal.
Yeah.
Fuck a fancy meal. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of the meals were fancy enough that you're like, I'm happy for the experience, but shit, fuck the meal. Give me the money.
Yeah, I can't lie though. I can't lie. This dude showed me a spot where he gets some of the best steak you ever seen for like $3 a pound or some shit. Some stupid ass number. It's some stupid ass number, man. This shit is ridiculous, man. He damn near getting it for free.
Damn.
Yeah, that's it. Everything. Like everything. He got a plug for everything. And it ain't even it's foreign to me, but it ain't foreign to they people. They used to this shit.
Now this Italian guy, he looked like he was into some sneaky business.
Back in the day, it's no secret that he was.
Okay, you can usually tell. Yeah. And a lot of times they don't give a damn if you can tell or not.
Yeah, man. I mean, this dude's house is the size of half a Walmart, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's.
God damn.
Yeah, they get away with a whole lot, man. I was just reading about. Let me see if I got it up here, because I wanted to see. Italians, they go to the U.S., they go to Canada, the UK, Australia to do organized crime. I was trying to look up and see if anybody goes to Italy to do organized crime.
No, you probably won't find that shit.
After being around them, they don't do that shit there. They did it over here. Him and a bunch of, from what I seen, 120 years ago, most of his people came over here and they went to key states: New York, Florida, Louisiana, and probably 3 other states.
Illinois.
Yeah, that was
Illinois.
What Mafia 3 was about. It was talking about Italian mafia and fictionalized
that really
Louisiana.
happened. That really happened. Mafia 3 really did happen. That really happened. I know that for a truth. That shit really happened. His name wasn't Lucas Clay or none of that shit, but that shit really happened. That really happened.
It did?
Yeah, that really happened.
Lincoln Clay?
Lincoln Clay was very real, but his name wasn't Lincoln Clay. That whole story really happened.
Damn,
that shit really happened.
It seemed like it did the way they had the stories and the cutscenes and shit. It seemed like they were
Yeah.
Yeah.
based on something.
See, the original Mafia wasn't technically a mafia. They just wasn't they wasn't rolling the way that the same original mafia is the same ones they call cowboys. They just didn't roll with the way the United States did things, and it was the United States was criminals at that time. The farther you go back, like look at Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that same situation turns into Mafia 3 and Lincoln Clay and all that stuff. But it's the same people just had to transform their hustle. But it's the same shit, same situations. This dude told me, he said, I ain't got no more judges, no more police officers. Like, this was a real conversation. And he was telling me the difference it was back in the day versus how it is now. All these guys old, 98 years old, scared to come out the house. All that shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they really did that shit. They came up off crime. 1,000%. They didn't come here, work hard for no American dream or none of that shit. They came here, did crime, and then once they got on with the crime, they had their buddies who was also in politics to make the same crime that they did illegal. So now you can't catch up to them doing the same
Right.
hustle.
And that's just what's happening now with a whole lot of shit going on now.
Yeah.
See, the funny part is people say that the mob is not in effect, but yet you can look on
They damn sure in effect.
Yeah, you can look and see who the mob boss, whatever city, anywhere in the country. You can see who the underboss is.
Yeah.
You can see what their main business is, how much they're making, who they killed. But yet the FBI act like they don't know none of this. But you can find it out.
This dude told me
that's because the FBI on the payroll.
Yeah.
What you mean?
The city I live in, this man told me it is one hardcore. You've been using the term J. It is one J who make every single major decision in the city that I live in. And he said there's one J in each city that makes all of the main decisions in each city in this country. That's how this shit is ran. Anybody saying anything otherwise, they lying. Man, one family run this shit, and then they got, I guess, they little organizations and businesses. See, the shit ran through the businesses that they have under them. I could own a business. I don't even gotta own a business. Alquanr and Tyrone could own a business. All I gotta have is more stock in that business. You know what I'm saying? The fuckery goes shit. It's on a whole nother level. We got some catching up to do. The only reason that, in my opinion, we don't have to catch up is because it's literally, this country is like a butler. No, it's like a homeowner who went unconscious, and then his butler and his maid started taking over the house. And when he woke up, they told him that he worked for them. So that's literally the same thing. That's why we really don't have to catch up. Because
that sounds right.
it sounds like to me, I mean, if somebody has something of mine and my memory was lost and then I got my memory back, I mean, was O.J. Simpson wrong for going to take his shit by force? Because that's what they made it look like. Like, I mean, you know.
He should have known better. He should have known better, though.
Yeah, he should have known better. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, the reality of the situation is if I mean, shit, I done heard you say it several times. You're 6'4", 200 something. If one of your neighbors and you aware that this dude held my shit, I mean, yeah, the smart thing would be to call the police, because at that point you could do something about it. But at this point, the people who we would have to call for justice is the ones who stole from us.
Yeah, I mean, like in Italy, I was looking up some shit the other day. They had some, I forgot the name of the group. It's N Bargera, some shit like that. It's supposed to be some ultra secret mafia controlling the whole country, skimming off the public medical funds and everything that's for the country and for the people.
Yeah,
and controlling it, and they don't like publicity. I said, man, damn, how come people allow this shit to happen, man? I mean, damn. I mean, everybody else getting disenfranchised for a few people so they can live fat. Shit, go to war.
Yeah, I remember when I was a little boy in elementary, I thought my teacher ran everything until the principal walked in. It messed my head up.
Boris, he says there's a Nigerian mob in southern Italy. I got to look into that. I know Nigerians have been, doing a whole lot of...
Probably.
He says southern Italy.
Southern Italy? I thought
Nigeria,
UK.
Nigeria, they've been spreading their tentacles with a whole bunch of schemes. Believe it or not, man, a lot of their schemes that seem silly, those shits are paying off big time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same with Indians too.
yeah. I wonder how anybody can motivate, because I just always wondered that, since Italians go to other people's countries, mainly the Western, so-called Western countries, and do organized crime. I'm like, man, damn, you would think somebody would go to their country and say, hey, let me set up shop. Shit. Because I hear about them in London. Matter of fact, I didn't even know. Matter of fact, reading that J. Edgar Hoover book, I didn't even know the British had a fucking Italian secretary
Ma,
of
really?
secretary of the, what do they call it, the Imperial Army or some shit like that. I said,
Hmm.
damn, he got into a sex scandal, and then that JFK, man, god damn, that motherfucker.
I just found out last week. I heard him and his brother smash Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, that's funny how you thinking like I'm thinking. 'Cause I was looking into that all last week. And they did. Bobby went over there to shut her up, to get her to stop talking and dealing with JFK. And then while he's consoling her and trying to talk her out of messing with his brother, he ends up sticking his dick in her. I'm like, man, these guys are no good, man.
Tarantino on their ass now.
Oh man.
And they still say that Bobby Kennedy killed her because she was about to expose secrets, because JFK was telling state secrets to Marilyn Monroe. And they say
I can
Lyndon,
see that.
Lyndon Johnson
I
was
can see
doing it too.
Marilyn Monroe putting it on him, and then they smoke a cigarette in the bed. He just go to telling all government secrets.
And she was in contact with that same Jean Connor guy, and
Yeah.
he was basically running her career. She was like a fucking whore, a serious prostitute.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Yeah.
they changed her look though. She ain't had that look at first. She looked nice. She looked better once she got the little Marilyn Monroe look. But
Yeah,
before
yeah.
she looked like the little typical. I don't want to sound racist, but yeah, she
No,
wasn't.
I understand.
Typical
Yeah,
Becky.
she wasn't the same. She wasn't the same. Nah, like then on top of that, I heard they stole her image from some black chick named what's it, Dorothy Dangerous or
Dorothy
something.
Okay,
Dandridge.
yeah, yeah. And the
Yeah,
thing, and they call her the blonde bombshell for a reason. I always wondered what they meant by that shit, and then I had to look into that. What do they mean by calling somebody a bombshell? It,
Bombshell. Yeah, what that shit mean?
it
Let
means,
me Google that shit.
yeah, I already know because I looked it up a long time ago.
What it
It-
mean?
the titties look like bombs. That's what. See, when you hear those old school phrases, you thinking it's all nice and innocent, but it's actually filthy and shit.
shit.
I said, damn, that's what that shit is all this time. I said, god
Some
damn.
tick old bitties. You gonna call it bombshell?
So they was calling her the blind bomb titty show.
Shit. It's basically saying they titties look like rockets.
Oh man, yeah. Damn,
All
them
right,
titties look like rockets.
all right, hello. Damn, cut me off.
Oh man.
Matter of
Somebody
fact,
said that in the comment section, man. My wife listened to this channel so much. Even she said we was talking about something, and she was like, she said, how she said that shit? She said, yeah, damn, you ain't watched that show in a long time. I know a lot about him. I was like, what you know about him? She said he like big titties.
Hello? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Damn, man. This shit kicked me the fuck off. I mean, what the fuck? Thought I ran out of time for a minute. I said, damn.
Shit.
I can't believe that shit. I'm like, man, damn. So, yeah, what was I saying? Marilyn Monroe, yeah, she was a filthy. And she was mentally ill, too. They said she was mentally ill.
Mm.
And she seemed like mess up with everybody that she came in contact with.
Mm.
Yeah. What's up, man? Sorry about that, man. I don't know what the hell happened. Just kicked me off.
Shit,
So what you saying? What was you saying, bro?
Shit, which part? Oh no. I was saying, me and my girl was talking about the show the other day, and speaking of titties, she said, I don't even know if I can say this. She was like, yeah, you and your man's got one thing in common. Y'all love big titties.
Marilyn Monroe, she did have some nice titties. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
What's going on, Trip? Yeah, man, she did have some nice titties on her, but she was messing with everybody. Seeing Giancana,
Bomb titties, yo.
the Kennedys. Even her psychiatrist
Yeah,
got it. He even got in on that. I said, my God.
She belonged in the streets.
Well, she
God
did
damn.
start off. She started off doing porn though first, though.
Damn, Marilyn Monroe was a porn star.
Yep.
Damn, Anna Nicole Smith, huh?
They said Bobby Kennedy took her out because she was about to tell, and she said she was going to tell. So tell everything. So she's out of her mind like that. But see, those Kennedy brothers, they were good for the country, but as far as their personal lives were concerned, man, they couldn't.
Eat at lunch, man.
They might as well stay naked. It's like they couldn't keep their dick in their pants for nothing. I mean, damn.
Yeah, that's all they did. I was enjoying reading about that. That's all they did, yo. They I call them Dixman. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, JFK, they said he would charter private planes with beds in the planes so he can fuck women while he's going from one part of the country to the other. I'm like, and he was fucking Angie Dickinson, the actress. I said,
"Wow, worse than damn Bill Clinton."
Yeah, he was.
Bill Clinton learned something from them two dudes, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and they said one of the pilots hid a tape recorder in the bedroom on the plane, and taped it, and then he tried to blackmail the females, and then the FBI intervened, and they had him fired.
Yeah.
I said, damn, then Bobby Kennedy. Here's the thing, though. Both of these guys are married. They cheating on their wives. Every chance they get, it's like being president and attorney general wasn't their primary job. It's like why they doing all that? Worried about the Cold War and shit. They worried about all the pussy they can get their hands on and shit. It's crazy. But I guess for JFK, man, I guess since he, got killed, I guess must have been worth it for him, I guess, he didn't give a damn. He didn't give a damn about fucking your wife. Matter of fact, I think he got a great thrill out of fucking people's wives.
Because if he was president today, they would with the feminist movement and everything going on in these times, they'd hate JFK worse than Donald Trump. Easy, because he ain't just saying it; he's acting on impulse, yo. When it comes to a piece of ass.
Then these guys had to learn to act like they love their wives. Bobby Kennedy kept his wife pregnant. I think he had 11 kids and shit. That goes to show, even with 11 kids, he still had to do everything on the side. It's just. And then what they say? Kennedy he was such a sex addict. I bet you they wouldn't. They'd be pissed off if somebody tried to fuck their wives. I bet you. That's how people like them do.
I just seen some shit where 2 police officers ran a train on another police officer's wife on YouTube.
Damn.
What?
Yeah, and she a police too or some shit. Yeah. 2
Damn.
black officers ran a train on his wife.
I saw a story that Crime Watch Daily, man. This lady was married. Her husband went to jail for growing weed in their home. And she got off, and then she wanted to tell her boss, she was a firefighter, to put in a good word for her husband so he can get less time. Turns out she was having an affair with her firefighting boss, and he killed her. See, when white people kill, they do a different thing, man. My man, she had this gigantic pickup truck with the gigantic wheel. You know, those highly raised big shits.
Yeah.
Mostly what Mexicans be getting, right?
Yeah. My man, he killed her in her car. Apparently, they still, from what I can tell, they didn't catch him yet. But he's the top suspect. He killed her body someplace, and my man was able to bury that gigantic truck under the fucking lake. I mean,
What?
I said, damn, that's one of those big ass pickup trucks.
Said under the lake.
Yeah, he did. I'm like, God damn.
I had to call the police on the Turk like 2 weeks ago to prove a point to my uncle. So he pulled out an AR-15, whatever that shit is, big ass, long ass gun, and because he had tried to charge me more, and so my uncle's like, nah, come on, you call the police and shit, you know what I'm saying? Because my brother, he carry his legal or whatever, and so I go home or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and I'm aware of this thing that they call dual citizenship and shit. So I'm telling my uncle, I'm like, yo, the police can't do him shit. He like, nah, he pulled a fucking gun on you on camera. I'm like, they still can't do him shit unless he kill me, and then all they gonna do is just send a motherfucker back to his country. Then he gonna come over here like 3 months later or some shit. So brother Polite did that shit.
Yeah, that's how they do.
Not to put him on blast like that, but he did the shit. So so fuck, man. These people pulled up to the house an hour later, right? After I'm telling them, yo, man, this man just pulled a gun on me. An hour later, they pull up to the house, right? Talking about, yo, man, you know what you need to do is call the BB and some shit, Better Business Bureau, whatever the hell. Long story short, this shit is I found out, and it made me really feel like, cause I just turned 31 in March, and that was the first time I actually felt powerless as a black man. Because I told my mother, I said, this man is worse than a racist. And she was like, what you mean? I said, see, a racist will still have a conversation with you. A racist is only a racist due to his politics. It's a difference when someone do you something because they know damn well your black ass can't do nothing about it. I view that as, I don't see that as racist. I see that as worse than that.
No, is it me?
Oh no,
No, it's not me this time.
Andrew, that was my wife calling me.
Okay.
Yeah, her ass gotta wait. I ain't going in the house and shit. But yeah, man, that I just wanted.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that was some mind blowing shit for the officer to say, yo, we can't do shit. I went to jail for terroristic threats when I was 16 years old for telling somebody some shit.
damn.
This man came around the counter with a gun, and he was like, yo, he got the right to bear arms in this store. And I'm like, yo, this man threatened me and told me get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Behind whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to
See, man, some people go back and light that up.
Oh yeah. Well, no. I can't do that. Not right now.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying some people would,
Yeah.
But
While you bullshitting though, that wasn't far from my mind. It wasn't, but it wasn't that serious. I only called the police to let my uncle know, like, yo, man, the police can't do nothing to that. It ain't the same for him as it is for us. And he pulled a gun on you. I'm like, uncle, it's not the same. So he had to see for himself that it ain't the same as us pulling the gun.
Other people, they like using the law. First, they like to scare you, but they make sure that they do it within the parameters of the law. So in case something goes down, you're the bad guy, whether it's fighting or pulling guns. And a lot of black people don't understand that.
Speaking speaking of which, what do you think about the phrase "pull up summer" or "pull up era" coming out of these guys' mouths?
The what pull up? Yo, well, as far as that, what I truly feel like, and like I used to want to be a rapper, right? Like I done wrote shit for labels and shit. I ain't gonna say no names, but you know, do research on my email or whatever. But all that shit, I feel like hip hop is bad for us as a people. Not hip hop itself, but the shit that's being fed to us by a bunch of J's. Cause they pick the motherfucker that make it and get signed to the label. So like
Right.
it ain't gonna be no you ain't gonna see a platinum artist with Alquanr talking points.
No.
You ain't gonna see that, you know what I'm saying? Even I mean we got who the biggest rapper? It's safe for me to say Jay-Z, I could say that. This supposed to be the epitome of black business, that man there. And all he do is start some shit, then sell it, which is really that's not really black ownership, is it? And like man, I could go on and on about this shit that they got us doing, looking at each other as the enemy. Which that shit don't go. Cause when I go on these job sites, these people got different cultures, they got different types of talking points, but they come together on one accord. As long as them niggas is down there, we good up here.
Yep.
And now I'm telling you, it's serious.
That's why I can't stand coons, man. I mean, whether they're imported or domestic, because they give us a lot of problems. If you don't like your own people because you like the white man, at least shut up and stop talking about us. You know?
Yeah. You know, and I truly don't see us as a hateful people, because I mean, for everything that we have been through in this country, let's say, which is pretty much unfair treatment. When I was a little boy, when Halloween came around, man, there was a bunch of white superheroes that these black boys wanted to dress up as. You know what I'm saying? You know, shit. The first black man I ever looked up to was The Rock, and that nigga.
Yeah.
Then I got older and was like, well, do he identify as black?
After I saw that Hobbs and Shaw, I realized he doesn't.
Yeah, but I mean, because I was looking at his dad, Rocky Johnson. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, a dude looked like a brother.
Oh, he definitely
He
was.
is a brother.
And that's the thing. He doesn't seem to look, because I was thinking about that after I saw that movie recently. And he doesn't seems to want to identify with his mother's culture, because I guess that's a safer and a more calm,
exotic to the white eye.
Right. But yet his father, he took after his father, his body from his father, his name from his father.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I mean, come on, but that's why I didn't like that movie, that Hobbs and Shaw. He did the Samoan tribal shit. I'm like, man, where's the black situation going on with you, man?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Even Vin Diesel tried to be some kind of black shit.
But he went up in front and act like he's some type of Latino or some shit, like Pitbull.
Italian.
Yeah,
Italian or some shit.
What's his character name in that shit?
Shit, I forgot. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I know. It always happens. But anyway, you see the sister in the movie, so.
But in wrestling, when he was in wrestling, he had that Pan-African thing, but I think that's just a stunt. Or they try to cast him as like heavy duty in that crappy G.I. Joe movie.
Yeah. I thought he was supposed to have been Roadblock, but they had him as heavy duty.
Yeah, he was Roadblock. Yeah. They had that African dude play heavy duty.
Oh,
My
okay.
bad.
I met that guy, that Adewale guy, man. And recorded. Yeah, we used to be. Yeah, we used to hang out in this recording studio. I didn't know that's when he was on Oz, but I didn't have HBO, so I ain't know nothing about Oz. So to me, he wasn't.
I know him from like The Mummy.
My man, I ain't gonna lie though, my man's body odor wasn't. It was too much, man. It's overpowering. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not lying either.
Yeah.
I can't believe
But
you
but
knew him.
but after that, then when I started seeing him in more movies and shit, I think he was in
He was in Get Rich or Die Trying with 50 Cent.
yeah, wasn't he in one of those Stallone bullet to the head or some shit like that, or
I think
one of those
so.
shits. And I saw him and I was like, oh shit, I knew that. I said, I mean, this is the man. I said, oh fuck. I mean, they said he was on Oz, but I didn't know the Oz. So if I don't
Why
watch it,
his
I don't give a
name
fuck about it.
sound Japanese though? Like Akinori Egbaje.
Yeah, I think he's Nigerian.
Yeah, Nigerian. A lot of them African languages do sound Asian-like though.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, they all touch. To me, it's the same shit.
They be eating the same diet too.
Especially those Sudanese, man. Luau Deng, you know?
Luau Ding? What?
You can't tell me that ain't Chinese. I know those Chinese, when they go to Sudan and they see some of these Africans with these Chinese names, I know they got to be thinking, what's up with this? But see, history shows that it's not China that got them the names. It's Africa that got them their names.
Yeah, some of
Matter of
the
fact,
these
no,
names be sounding
but
good
I
as
would
hell,
say
too.
that quote unquote so-called African came from Asia because a lot of them say that they came from Hindustan or the Middle East.
Yeah, but see, it was black though. Even with the like a lot, like I said, you know, a lot of those South Sudanese, they got a lot of those ancient Egyptian names.
Yeah.
Still, they're the only people with it because a lot of people in Egypt, even the black ones, they got Muslim names.
Yeah, they do.
So that's why when I talk about these Kemetic people and these Pan Africans, if they're not talking about those South Sudanese people, they ain't really talking about shit. These people full of shit.
No, they ain't. Like shit like Anwar Sadat. What kind of name is that?
Yeah, they only worry about ancient Egypt, and they act like the people actually fell the fuck away and died off. The people didn't die off; they're still here.
Yeah, they are.
You just don't like what they look like.
Yeah, they just pick out like somebody that look like what's that, Jeff Goldblum, and he look racially ambiguous and shit. Like he looked like one of them Arabs, but he actually a whole Russian Jew.
Yeah, I thought he was all this time. I ain't know what to think of
I
him,
thought
man.
he had some black in him or something. He probably do.
I'm sure he's got to have some black in him. Shit. I thought he was the East Indian for the longest time.
I did too.
Then I saw his name. I'm like, shit, what kind of? Oh, you know what I was watching on YouTube? You know what I was watching on YouTube the other day? Matter of fact, hold on, let me get the video. And this shocked me. I didn't know about this, but they took the comments off, which I didn't like. But it was on a small hat channel. And, let me see. I'm getting the video. Here it is right here. It's called the Van. What's the name of this channel? Van Jerusalem Institute. That's the name of the channel. And the video was called Jay's Color Race, Blacks as Jays. So they were discussing any validity of black Jays, or black small hats.
Black Hebrews.
Right. And they dismissed the Hebrew Israelites. They dismissed the Igbo. They said that they accepted some of the East Indians as small hats. They accepted,
they don't accept Chinese as small hats.
and they said they accepted Ethiopians, of course, and Yemeni. They didn't accept any Sudanese, north or south.
I mean, the Hebrew Israelites make their talking point stronger because when the Hebrew Israelites stand on the fact that we come from Africa, and then they use the names that they give Jerusalem and Israel without including the fact that, dude, they just changed those names to that shit in the 1940s.
Yeah, and now they coming over on Americas and trying to shift that into the indigenous paradigm. You can't really do that because a lot of people's creation stories predate those Bible stories, and they don't say anything about coming from Israel or something like that with American Indian.
Right. You know what I hated about that though is the fact that I kept thinking to myself, who are these Israelis to act like they're the standard of what a small hat is? And who are they to even claim that they're the real ones? They haven't even proven their cases yet.
Yeah. I
Oh,
call them the best term to put it is like an evil twin brother. That would actually be
we actually are.
that would be very, very accurate.
I don't know. Khalid Muhammad called them imposters. That's what he called them. I think that's more accurate. Because I mean, who are they to say who is real and who is fake when they're trying to say that if you're black, you're less real, but if you're closer to white, then you are real. And then they talked about some people called red small hats, and they said
Smaller hats.
like he said the Ethiopians would consider themselves to be red toned skin and not black, so they accept them. So even if that's the case, because in New York you'll see small hat establishments, they'll hire Ethiopian small hats, but no other type of black people. So they accept them, but yet when the Sudanese go to Israel, they experience racism. And you know the irony of it all is the Sudanese are Semites since they speak Arabic. That's the irony. Oh shit!
Oh yeah, and what about the indigenous like black Palestinians that's there, or the Afro Turks?
They don't really talk about them, but yeah, black, mainly in Jericho in particular, that's where they really hang out at. They call them Palestinians, which means that they have to be Arabs, but they're really Phoenicians.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, but see, these Israelis, they're the ones who discriminate, and they're trying to tell people, okay, well, you have to look like me, even though the three people in the video didn't really look alike themselves.
Yeah.
But you have to look like us. If you look closer to the straight up African, you're fake. But yet you haven't proven that you come from there. You haven't proven to be a Semite. All of their origins are from Europe, Russia, and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, Asia with the Mongol Turks.
Yeah, you're trying to tell other people, if they're from Africa, they can't be a small hat.
I mean, shit, Drake identifies as a small hat with no problem.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. Well, they call him one since his mother,
Yeah.
Did you know what's her name? Vanity is part small hat.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, her mother.
But it's not shocking though when you really look into people's backgrounds. You see how they got their little fame. A lot of these news anchors out here, no matter what they look like, you might think, oh, well, this person is black. Find out they have small hat. You might think this person's Chinese. Oh, they have small hat.
Yeah, the white, damn, what's his name? He got white hair, white boy, man, but his hair white. Damn.
The CNN guy?
He was on like
Andrew,
the biggest channel, man. You talked about his ass one day. I think he is
Cooper.
smart.
Is his last name Cooper?
Yeah, Anderson Cooper.
Yeah,
Anderson
his ass. He a small head.
Oh yeah, he also a descendant of a slave owner.
And he's also, well, I ain't even gonna say because they might take this down, but you already know.
You already know.
So that's, I mean, I thought that was a fascinating video, and out of all the videos they had, that's the one they had to disable the comments on. I said, man,
What's the name of the video?
Hold on a second. Let's go to the. It's called the Ving and Lear Jerusalem Institute. That's the name of the channel. Oh, it looks like they got another one. They got one that's called Small Hats Color Race. Whiteness, blackness in America. They're always worried about us, man. I don't know why, but they're always worried about us.
And then compare they shit to our shit.
Yep. But see, that's why I wish I was there, because they had a black guy there, but he was an African, and he looked like it sounded like he was probably from like Ivory Coast or somewhere like that. But I mean, you need people who's not afraid to tell them what the deal is. You know what I mean? You don't have to be mean about it, but I would have been there. I would have been saying, man, I don't know how you people got the nerve to be acting like you're the ones who dictate who's the small hat when you're not the ones that's actually small hat. You can't trace nothing Back to you.
Yeah.
Only thing you did was take the land, and now you take over the archaeology of the land, even if it's not dealing with any small hats, whether it's dealing with Rome, Phoenicia, Egypt, anything that passed through there. You take control of it and you manipulate shit to put yourselves in it. I mean, come on.
And then have a whole Hollywood system to recreate the history of that region.
Yeah.
By incorporating modern, like, Russian and Slavic type people to play, or British people to play the people that's supposed to be looking like people in modern day Palestine, Ethiopia, Sudan.
I don't know about that
Somalia
modern
and
Palestine, though.
I
don't know about that.
No, I'm talking about like the niggas there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you can go on videos on YouTube and watch them, man. The black Palestinians, and they're black. I mean, no doubt about that. Some look like East Africans, others look like other types of Africans, and they're from there.
Like us.
Yeah, they are from there, and they are Semitic. So that's the thing. See, and that's another thing. They take charge of the Semitic thing, anti-Semitic, but yet Ethiopians speak a Semitic language. The Sudanese speak a Semitic language. You don't want the Sudanese in there. But they're Semites, but yet you guys claim to be Semites, and your native language is not a Semitic language. I mean,
but then all of a sudden they become Arabs by the Western media.
Yeah, I say the nerve. So that's why I wish I could be in forums like that. But again, they wouldn't want people like me there. I know after I was done, they say, yeah, we got to put the hit out on this motherfucker right here. You know.
Shit, I was just explaining to somebody how I took. I had to be like 6 years old, probably 5, when I first seen Black History Month at school. Fucked my head up. Like I gotta, cause you don't expect to see no shit like that. Somebody show you some pictures and shit when you get to school. Like, yo, you niggas come from here, and this how we fucked you up when you got here. So
Speaking of that, I was watching this Destroy the Brutes HBO documentary. They had a whole animation segment of a slave ship and shows you like piles and piles of bones under the water. I'm like, huh? And then it had like a white dude just standing there smoking a cigarette and showing a slave come up out of the bunker and then jump off the ship. And he was just, the slave owner was just standing there staring at him and smoking a cigarette. Oh, that's how slavery went.
Yeah, I was looking at pictures of those ships yesterday, man, and they got it so down packed you can't even walk, man. You can't walk.
Man.
You know, I keep
forgetting. Ain't got no fucking boat like that in existence. They don't even got the Dungeons Dragons.
I keep forgetting I could put links in the thing. Here's the link to that video I was telling you about. I keep forgetting about that shit. Thought that I was watching that when I was in the gym.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Another thing about that documentary I was watching, they showed like the Seminoles of like they got a whole white woman, a half white woman part native playing Seminole, acting like that's what the Seminoles were, was a bunch of Mongoloids taking in like African slaves, and then had a time traveling white dude kill them all.
Damn.
Those are ridiculous.
But man, I mean, yeah, it's just crazy, man. But I'm gonna close this out, and I'm gonna try and come back.
Thursday, Wednesday, what you want?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, well, it's Wednesday now. You know, I got to set the. So I'm thinking maybe Friday or Saturday.
Friday.
Yeah. And
I don't know.
I'm thinking.
I want to talk more about what we was talking about at the beginning, like how Caribbeans.
Matter of fact, yeah, we gotta get it.
Always clump our shit up with Africa all the time.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, that'll coincide with the topic, because I think the topic is going to be this one I was thinking about for a while. I got to figure out how to title it, because you know how YouTube is. But if the white man were not here, who could survive without him? That's just going to be the topic.
Yeah, I mean, why you say that? they the biggest consumers in the world, in my opinion, too.
Yeah.
The
Who's that?
motherfuckers don't white people. They don't create shit. I mean, when you look at I ain't gonna say that they don't. I mean, you got some hard working white boys. But as far, I mean, even if I look at a great white carpenter, that skill still come from so-called blacks.
Right.
I mean, shit, and they the biggest consumers, man. But they run shit. I don't understand this shit. You know what I'm saying? I know a coach don't have to know how to play in order to coach, but shit, man. I mean, shit. They say work hard, man. I know a bunch of brothers worked hard their whole life, ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
See, they're willing to kill. So that's why I examine the mafia. I don't know why I've been getting into that lately, but
yeah,
you examine that, and then I think about, not every Italian is related to the Romans, believe it or not, but you think about the way the mob is structured, and it almost sounds like when you think about how it's done in Italy, it almost sounds like they're a secret society trying to take over the government. That's what it sounds like in Italy
yeah,
to me.
Yeah.
But you look at that, you look at how Romans, the structure was. They get the boss or the emperor. He's the big shot for a while. Then after a while, they get tired of his ass and they take him out. And I'm like, that's the way organized crime is, man. It's like you become the boss. You want the joy, the money,
yeah.
and eventually they give you an early retirement plan. And it seems like most of them get that retirement plan.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they,
Speaking of Rome, I was looking at some documentaries about 4 in the morning last week on Colosseums and shit. The first Roman Colosseum, they called that shit the Superdome. So I'm looking into that shit now, because
damn.
Louisiana only have parishes like how states got counties. Louisiana have parishes to this day by the order of Rome. It's because of
Damn.
Rome that they can't never say New Orleans County. It's New Orleans Parish. So yeah, I was looking into that, because if this supposed to be the U.S., trying to see why Rome got so much goddamn authority. But yeah,
Probably because the French had it, right?
yeah. But I'm saying though, all this time done passed, you should just be able to change the shit. You know what I'm saying? Fit the rest of the shit. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
know. It's like in some places, like in New Jersey to, well, I think they said to Michigan, they got what's called townships.
Yeah,
Townships.
Yeah.
yeah. I was yeah. Well, I got when that train ran over my ass. That was in Willow Grove. They call that shit Upper Moreland Township.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you right.
wild.
That was like right outside of Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's a wild thing, man.
Oh man, I told you that shit years ago. I'm alright though.
So, it is a wild thing. But, and the next one I want to get into who could survive without them. And I'm going to explain who can't.
I gotta see that too, because I want to, when you do that topic, I want to see where you place Asians in that conversation.
Oh, that's part of the reason why.
You Kang and people like that.
That's part of the reason why I'm doing it. Too bad I can't play videos,
like
man.
they next up to be the white man. Yo.
Yeah. It's too bad I can't play videos. And some people at a hardcore disadvantage, man, where, oh, man, it's going to be rough, man, for some of them. But you're going to see, I'm going to point out the main reasons why some can more than survive without them, and others I don't even know if they can survive on their own. Shit.
I can't lie. That sounds like it's gonna be one of them dope ass videos. Might say
He might. He just might. He's good for stealing. So with that, man, I thank everybody for coming, and until next time.
Y'all be easy.
Peace.
All right.
Peace.